Icy boy, icy boy, the frozen soul, the suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul, the suicide doors are looking. Icy boy, with the frozen soul, the suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, with the frozen soul, the suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Yeah, icy boy, with the frozen soul, the suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, with the frozen soul, so down to me,
Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mobbing. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping. Going rage, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had those stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. Getting yo cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the push boom, better burst your pipes, pipes.
jumping, jumping.
Keep that bass,
Pumping, pumping,
keep that bass,
pumping, pumping,
keep that bass,
pumping, pumping.
keep that bass, pumping.
Come on, freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Always on top of the game.
It's real! Could this be the 4 versus 1?
Ain't never gonna touch second place.
Still alive! He's doing everything he can for his side. And
Always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I wanna be bad, 100%. All I do is win and win and win and win. You already
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ and a making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when a punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes.
Salut, c'est Akashi, le capitaine et le in-game leader de Gamelord. Aujourd'hui, on est là pour représenter la France à l'European Championship et on va vous prouver que pour les teams turcs, on va les monter en l'air et que c'est pas parce qu'ils se sont qualifiés au PMGC que ça va se passer comme ça.
Hello, my name is Bazzi from Eastern Stars. We are currently playing in European Championship and we want to prove that Europe is better than Turkey. Come support us in the chat, please.
大家好，我的名字是林，我是来自童养宝战队的一个成员。然后接下来我们将参加一个欧洲的冠军赛，希望大家的就是童养宝的粉丝们多多来观看比赛和支持我们。然后作为一个挑战，我们将我的目标定为冠军。如果我们没有成功的话，我们将全队染成橙色的头发。
What's up? It's Focus and watch us in EU Championship and if we don't get the top 3, we're gonna change our name to Unicorns of Killers.
Merhabalar arkadaşlar, ben fastPay Wildcats takımından Xray. Biliyorsunuz ki önümüzdeki günlerde Avrupa Şampiyonası'na çıkacağız. Burada sizin desteklerinize çok ihtiyacımız var. Yayına gelip bizi destekleyebilirsiniz. Buradan da bir iddia koyuyorum. Takımca ilk 5'e giremezsek kişi başı 20'şer tane acı biber yiyeceğiz. Takımın bundan haberi yok. İnşallah bana kızmazlar.
Merhabalar, ben S2G takımından Timber. Bildiğiniz üzere 19 Mayıs tarihinde Avrupa Şampiyonası var. Ona gelip bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın.
Hepinize merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Kapahala Xray takımından Frozenix. Önümüzde bir Avrupa Şampiyonası var. Bu Avrupa Şampiyonası güzel bir etkinlik olacak. Bizi burada desteklemeyi unutmayın. Allah'a emanet, görüşmek üzere.
Herkese selamlar, ben Spron, Getso Esports oyuncusuyum. 19 Mayıs tarihlerinde düzenlenecek olan PUBG MOBILE Avrupa Şampiyonası'na bizi destekleyebilirsiniz. Takım olarak ilk 5'e giremezsek takımca saçlarımızı mora boyatmayı düşünüyoruz. Bu kıyasıya mücadelede sizleri de destekçimiz olarak yayında görmek istiyoruz.
Merhaba, ben Zessy, Beşiktaş Esports oyuncusuyum. 19-22 Mayıs arasında Avrupa Championship oynayacağız. Yani izlerseniz seviniriz, bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın.
so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me.
Ramos in a crucial fight against one of the heavy hitters of the lobby. Boran down the hill, looks for the spray, and Mazzara wins the trade.
Want the same to happen. This is a 1v1 essentially as Lang X looking to swing on through on the side of the tree.
Açıldı. Bastığını biliyor. Rakibi burada bastığını biliyor. Artık bu.
So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
I know it's been quite a few days since you've last seen this beautiful face here on camera, but we are back for the PMPL European Championship Spring 2022. Now, for all of you out there who didn't watch any of the PMPLs, well, first of all, shame on you. You should have been watching every single one of them because we have the best teams in Turkey going up against the best teams from Europe, and I guess against themselves as well, since you're competing for the top spots. But if you missed out on everything, luckily for you, we have a quick little recap of what went down last season.
The European Championship is upon us, and we are so excited to witness the best of Western Europe and Turkey go up against one another. In the past, Turkish teams have had a lot of success in both regional and international competitions and are regarded as one of the toughest regions in competitive PUBG Mobile. In comparison, teams from Western Europe are yet to achieve a similar level of success, but the recently concluded PMPL is a sign of good things to come. Let's take a quick look back on how we reached the European Championship. Defending champions of PMPL Western Europe, Gamelord set the pace all throughout the league stage with jaw-dropping performances in all 3 weeks. The French behemoth showed that they are the top dogs of the lobby, and especially aggressive performances from Narvalo and Victor set up the team as favourites going into the finals. Meanwhile, other fan favourites like Unicorns of Love struggled to match the pace of the tournament and looked out of breath across different stages. European staples like Eastern Stars, Big, Penta and Giants all remained consistent and had their moments of success in the league stage. In the finals, Gamelord had a big red target painted on their backs and could only manage a 4th place finish. Meanwhile, after coming in 2nd place in the league stage, Big had a hard time on days 2 and 3 of the finals, eventually failing to qualify for the European Championship by a heartbreaking 3 points. Veteran squad Tong Xiaobao came well prepared and looked very different from the side that placed in the middle of the league stage. A consistent showing by them reminded everyone of their past success, and TJB held on to the top spot until the very end. Giants put on a very strong fight, including a chicken dinner in the last match, which everyone thought would take them to the top of the table. Unfortunately for them, TJB just managed to hang on to the pole position to emerge as the winners. PMPL Turkey was filled with strong teams, all of whom could have won the tournament on a good day. However, in a surprising twist, the relatively unknown fastPay Wildcats snagged the trophy after a quiet league stage. The team showed just how devastating a good performance in the right moment can be and have now earned the respect of their fans and compatriots. The league stage was relatively smooth, as per the expectations, with names like S2G, Beşiktaş, Chaos Next Roya, Futbolist and Supermassive Blaze taking charge on different occasions. The one surprise though was Flux, who everyone had high hopes for, failing to qualify for the first Super Weekend and shocking many. The team did pull up their socks and eventually snuck through into the European Championship, but they are certainly underperforming when it comes to the expectations. In the finals, many were surprised at the change of pace and tactics that some of the quieter teams brought, particularly Getso, Surreal and Regnum Karya. In the face of mounting pressure, defending champion Supermassive Blaze struggled with consistency. But a team who fared even worse was Futbolist, who failed to get a single chicken dinner and barely crossed the 100-point threshold in the finals. As the finals came to a close, we found the 8 teams who would be representing Turkey in the European Championship. It's been a wild journey getting here, but things are only about to get wilder. With just 4 days to prove themselves and only the best to go up against, expectations are high for everyone. Tune in to the European Championship to find out which team dominates the battlegrounds of Europe.
Well, hopefully that's got you guys all up to date on what's going to be going down here coming up into this event. But like always, hit us up on social media. We'll have some sweet little things and also some live interaction with you guys at home. So make sure you're paying attention to everything here below my face. And not to mention Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL European Championship Spring 2022. Make sure to unleash your beast, as we saw Max do as he tried to drink Monster out of a fondue. But speaking of Max, it's funny that I mentioned him because he's actually here and once again joined by the lovely, the fantastic, the phenomenal, I need a thesaurus to keep coming up with new words to explain him. It is Kalaris.
Thank you very much, Jason. What a beautiful introduction. And you know what? Max isn't so bad either. Let's be fair. Let's be fair.
I'm the guy that put, Monster in a fondue, as Jason calls it, even though it's non-fondue, it's like a chocolate fountain. But you know what? I finished cleaning it. The room does not smell like Monster anymore, so that's good.
But I'm really curious about how much did you spill on yourself? Because if I'm not mistaken, after that little segment, you talked about how you spilled it all over your shirt. And then you wrung the shirt out over your mouth to make sure you get every sweet drop of it.
I couldn't waste any, Jason. I think I spilled 80% of it, but I got 80% of it back. So it was like a small loss.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's actually impressive. I don't know how. Okay. All right. I'll accept that.
I was
all right. Well, gentlemen,
really well. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll not go into the physics or logistics or chemistry, we're going to call it that one. We have an exciting tournament coming up again. We have 4 days of action. We have the best teams in Turkey going up against the best teams in Europe. And honestly, I cannot wait to see what's going to happen. With $40,000 for that first place prize, these teams are battling for everything here. And not to mention the different clashes of styles.
Yeah, I think the clashes of styles is definitely what's going to be coming to a little bit of a halt here for a lot of the teams. I think Kalash, we've already done a little bit of research on our end, and a lot of teams in Turkey, they like to play central. A lot of teams also in Western Europe like to play edge. So I think that's going to be a big face-to-face that's going to be happening in this tournament for sure.
Yeah, aggressive and territorial control is the name of the game for the Turkish teams. And, I think for a lot of people, they're like, how bad are the Turkish teams going to obliterate the EU West teams? But I don't think it's going to be quite as bad as maybe some are speculating. So it's an exciting time for sure, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, we have teams like TJB, we have teams like Game Lord as well, looking to really show what they've got up against some, I guess, stronger teams, we should say. But we can see here the point system and how it's going to work. And again, it's pretty much like every season like we've had for the last, I feel like almost two and a half years. I could be talking out my butt here, but it's just same thing. Chicken dinner, 15 points. Each elimination is 1 point as well. But it all leads up into the prize pool here. We have $150,000 on the line, and that first place prize of $40,000 is massive.
Yeah, no $1,000 per chicken dinner this time around. So Game Lord, I know, not going to be able to get that one. But over the course of 4 days, man, $40,000 over the course of 4 days, that is nuts. So, I mean, yeah, teams are going to make what you like to call, Jason, the day rate of Kalaris in 4 days, which would be huge.
That's right, yeah.
Well, I mean, it was $150,000 is the day rate of Kalaris. It's very expensive to get here, but he's worth it. He's like Maybelline. Let's talk about the teams though a little bit here, as we obviously have to focus in and zero in on them. We got to cover the European, the Western European PMPL, so we know a lot of the teams here coming in from that region. But I want to give you two the chance, and I'm starting off with you, Max. Let's talk about a couple of teams in particular.
Yeah, I think that the first team we need to talk about is actually the winners of the finals of PMPL Turkey, and that's going to be the side of the Istanbul Wildcats, fastPay Wildcats, both name work. And this team came as a very big surprise at the end of the tournament, because looking in the league stage, they were in 10th position. They were not doing too bad, not too good. They were just a middling team, like we saw many of those. But man, in the finals, they popped off big time. And you have two players in particular that I would say we need to look out for big time is going to be Boran and Defoex. And if they have a strong synergy and a strong rotation control as they did in the finals of Turkey, I think they could be going actually for the $40,000 of first place here. So, man, they were a sleeper team in the start, and now they're just gunning for first place.
I think the cool thing about them as well is that just in general, as you say, they really didn't expect to be taking #1, right? Which I think is cool. They went in thinking, okay, we're going to get 3rd or 4th, something like that. However, they end up able to kind of surpass their own expectations, which I think is really exciting for them. One of the teams I want to talk about, Jason, of course, is Nextruya. I mean, I think a lot of people are looking at them as one of the teams to come out from Turkey blasting. I think in terms of space control, in terms of the way they're pulling up against some of the teams that they had to play up against, very, very controlled, very stable plays. I mean, if you look at some of the Sandhawks that they were able to play in the Turkish tournament as a whole, I think that they had really strong presence about pulling up on some of these teams, and that is a scary possibility for some of the other teams in the lobby.
Well, you can't pull up on certain teams if they're out healing in the blue. We'll talk about TJP later on. Maxman, what about you? I was actually eyeing towards S2G. I'm not sure if that's a team that you wanted to talk about, or maybe I can go into.
Oh. I mean, if you want to,
if you want to talk about it, go ahead. I'm the analyst? Are you hosting now?
No, we're not doing this again. We're not doing for
Okay, go
championship.
ahead.
Okay. No, I mean, S2G, I think, was a team that was looked at as a potential contender for first place. It was then, as you mentioned, stolen away by fastPay Wildcats in the finals. But I would say this is a really good improvement of the team compared to what we saw, last time we saw this team in the championship. We talked a lot about Solkay last championship and how he was the one leading the team, giving the experience. But now the team just seems seamless in the sense that every player performs instead of just Solkay being on top and carrying the team. Like Seven, Kecthie, Timber is doing fantastic, but one player in particular that I want to look out for, and it just came out of nowhere in the Turkish PMPL, was HAMODY. He's one of the top 3 players actually in the entire tournament, and Kecthie is top 2. So yeah, I think this is a team that could also, just like Wildcats, be a contender for that first place. So S2G is a scary team right now.
But who are the number ones? Who are the MVPs from Turkey? It's guys like SonHP and, of course, Peace. I mean, of course, SonHP on Beşiktaş here. He was MVP in the final with 35 kills overall. Overall, we saw as well, Peace was MVP throughout the whole thing. For me, a lot of my eyes are on guys like Beşiktaş. I mean, we watched them about a year and a half, 2 years ago as World of Wonders in terms of Enjoy, SonHP and Zessy, and I was impressed by them in some of the game days that they were able to pull out. They thought Peace was the missing piece of their roster, and it really did show towards the end of the Turkish tournament. Even though, of course, they didn't get number 1, they still had the MVPs on the board, Jason. So my eyes, Beşiktaş all the way.
Boys, are we about to throw down right now?
Yes.
Have you guys forgotten S2G was the highest placing team out of all these teams here, out of both these regions at PMGC? They placed 4th overall behind Enigma Galaxy. I mean, this team has a depth of experience, and not to mention they have probably the most experience out of, well, maybe next Ruya, I would assume here, and maybe TJB, of playing against these high-level teams. For teams like fastPay Wildcats, do they have much experience when it comes to playing against these European teams? Not really. And it's going to be a whole different ball game when you're playing in your own region. You get really used to that style, but they have to figure out how to adapt here on a broader spectrum of strategies.
Yeah, I think international experience is super important when you head into the championship. But the thing that scares me a little bit is looking at the Western European teams. A lot of them do not have that international experience, right? And I think they're going to come into this and get a real big slap to the face, which is unfortunate. But I think that's kind of expected. A few also Turkish teams, have some teams that have not participated in these kind of international tournaments, so they're a little bit of a wild card as to how things are going to go. But I think the big storyline for this entire tournament is Western Europe is looking a little bit inferior to Turkey, but we could have some big surprises, and TJB, Game Lord, could come in as a big shock.
Exactly. I think that's the one that is on the tip of everyone's tongue from Western Europe, right? It's Game Lord. When we looked at how they played across the entirety of the tournament, they looked head and shoulders above the rest, even though they ended not winning at the very, very end. So they are the name that I think is going to have to try and rival these Turkish teams on this battlefield.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the schedule. We actually are just a few minutes away before we do kick off our first match of the day, our first match of the event. And just to give you guys an idea of what all is going to be going on here, we do have 6 matches a day, as you saw before, and we will be starting things off on Erangel, head over to Miramar, back to Erangel, over to Sandhawk, back to Erangel once again, and Miramar for one final time. So we're going to have 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sandhawk. Now, for some teams, like TJB, who kind of depended on a Sandhawk for a good amount of points, right, of sitting in the blue, this is having an effect potentially them, but also some other teams as well. You got to have that strong foundation when it comes to Erangel.
Yeah, I think TJB are going to maybe have a little bit of a hard time after that with a Helos. But I think that there's a lot of Western European teams that will have a chance to shine on Erangel. I'm thinking, like, as you mentioned, also Kalaris. Game Lord could be a team that could easily capitalize on that. But the thing is, if you look back at the Turkish PMPL, like, these guys perfected Erangel. And, Miramar, it can be a little bit more volatile. Sanok in particular is going to be a lot more volatile. So maybe that's the opportunity for some of the Western European teams to do well. But, man, Turkey and Erangel is like just a match made in heaven. And it's going to be really hard to take them off.
All right, boys, who had Maxman cursing a region right off the bat here in day 1? I think that might be a bingo for me. Let's see how it's going to play out here. But for you guys at home who are watching, we want to see how are you guys watching. I mean, we're sitting here working on the event, but I want to see how you guys are watching us bring you the show. You can make sure to tweet to us. Just make sure to have the hashtag PMPL EU Champ. And let's know how you're doing it. If you're on a big TV, if you're watching on your phone, if you're watching on a tablet, if you're watching on a movie screen in a theater, I will actually go out of my way to send you some UC. But gentlemen, it's time to get into a fun little mini game between us with some punishments to come later on. We're going to be predicting before every match a couple of different things. If I'm not mistaken, the first one we'll be doing here is which team will be eliminated first? Question mark, because I'm not sure. Hopefully the lower third comes up and catches me there.
That's it.
Yeah. Okay, it is. There we go. And there's our predictions. I just want to make double sure there. I went with X Team. Why? Probably because they had like one really good game. Only 3 teams able to replicate that kind of performance back in the Western European PMPL. But ever since then, they just haven't really been that effective, that impactful.
Yeah, I think especially for X Team, it was only Bimmy doing well at the end, so you never know, could get surprised. But mine is going to be Game Lord because Akashi was mean to me and saying I was going to curse him, so I am going to do it intentionally this time. So there you go, Akashi. Don't message me on Instagram anymore. Otherwise, I'll keep picking you. I don't know.
I think our picks though are kind of based on speculation as to what's going to happen in the potential hot drop situations, right? I think mine, the UDR killers. There is the potential that they have a conflict going on in Pachinki if drops kind of are conflicted across regions here. So I think we've gone for the reasoning. We'll go for that in the first game.
Well, I've never wanted to see Game Lord lose more than I do right now to see if Maxman can wield this curse in his favor. But it's time to head into our first match of the day. We're going to throw it on over to John Allen Imperium to kick things off.
Thank you very much, guys. Hopefully those predictions don't go the way for the teams that you have predicted, but only time will tell. We'll be getting into those hot drops momentarily, Imperium.
I love the fact that they also all picked European teams. Kalar says, everybody thinks that the Turkish teams are going to trample on European teams, but I think it's going to be a little bit harder. Then they all pick European teams. Where's the regional love, guys? Why haven't you put Turkish teams out there? I tell you, it's shocking, John. It's shocking.
Agreed. Absolutely horrendous. Get them off. We don't want to see it. No, of course. I mean, they're absolutely going to be looking for that opinion. And to be fair, Max's was provoked, let's say that, provoked into potentially making that prediction. But the first game of the tournament, we're looking at the first of the year's regional clashes between Turkey and the Western European teams. As we've said, there is that sort of contention between the two, and there's potentially some hot drops between those two to come as well in this first game.
Of course, hot drops can come into the mix, whether it's that Pachinki hot drop between Surreal and UDR, whether it's a potential military island hot drop between fastPay, Wildcats, and Penta. However, as much experience as you do or don't have as a team, preparation is and will always be the most important aspect of succeeding in this kind of tournament. So whether it's through scrims, VOD review, you have a whole month's worth of broadcast to shake over, to check up, to get a sense of how these teams play. You put in the hard work beforehand, and then that gives you a better chance to succeeding. So I still think that there is a big opportunity for the European teams to catch the Turkish teams off guard because of it.
Absolutely. There's potential there to sneak in those little spots that maybe they're unfamiliar with each other for now, and in a short form tournament that can have a lot of impact, right? We're looking at 4 days, 6 games a day. That's 24 games total. Having a point discrepancy on that sort of advantage in just one game could prove to be the difference between, well, several different things, most notably the money, right? The money spots as it starts to ladder up towards that top end. But we're just getting into the mix of it, an Eastern Plain.
fastPay Wildcats have military island all to themselves, or military base, should I say. Flux dropping to military to Novo, should I say, because of that obvious plane path going from the south over to the northeast. TJB going for a very different drop spot in Kecthie. Now, in the PMPL EU West, Spring Suite that's just happened, even if it was a easterly plane path, they would for the most part still go for that long ball drop, get vehicles around the north of Rostock and make their way to North George. Is this TJB kind of saying to the lobby that we don't want to get caught off guard right from the start? We want to make sure that we come into the kind of mid-late stages of the game as a full squad, not losing anybody early on, and they're respecting all the other teams around them.
We'll have to wait and see if that respect is earned both ways. I'm looking at where Beşiktaş have dropped. They've dropped up in Yasnaya Polyana. Trying to track down Game Lord at the moment as well.
They're in the east, around Lipovka Split Mansion as well.
Okay, so they have given a little bit of ground then. They aren't going straight on in. to potentially going back to that Yasnaya drop. S2G, they're going to be looking a little bit in the thick of it as UDR Killers actually potentially taking a little bit too much flack from the shots from the S2G cannons, but they will be able to get away with it. You did see there in the midst of that firefight our milestone. If you hit the peak concurrent users milestone during PMPL European Championship, you get these free rewards. At 30,000, the Crimson Swordsman set. At 50,000, the activity crate. 2 of those you get at 50,000. At 80,000, it's the PMPL 2022 Spring T-shirt, and that is a permanent cosmetic that you will earn if we hit 80,000 concurrent.
So basically, tell your mum, your dad, your dog, your granny, your friend, anybody
Barky
you
the
can
dog.
get your hands on, Barky the dog, tune in to the PMPL European Championships. Plus, who doesn't want to watch the two best teams, the best teams around Europe and Turkey clash together in really the first kind of inter-regional tournament of the year involving these teams. So it's very exciting as we get into this first game. I did notice as well, John, that hot drops that could have involved Surreal and UDR hasn't come into the mix because Surreal have gone for that Fairy Pier drop area, which does make sense for the time being. We have Penta down in farm, and I thought it was going to be S2G dropping in that farm split, but they've gone for a little bit more of a south of Pachinki drop, and I reckon that their loot is going to be a little bit low because of that, so they might look to play a little bit more of a passive game for the time being in the next area. I know that they like to drop around the North George area, but they haven't opted to go as deep as that because of a very central phase 1.
And of course, the Eastern Plain Path, right? It's going to be a long time before you can really effectively get to North George. Luckily, we do have some normalcy. X team dropping Melter, that's what we were kind of expecting. Eastern Stars, they have dropped sometimes in Georgia Pole on an adjustment, but the Plain Path really wasn't going to let them do that, and it took them back to their normal drop spot in Milter Power out on the eastern coast. As well as that, you got Getso in the north side, who are looking pretty chuffed with Severny. I mean, they're probably pretty glad that Big didn't qualify for this tournament because they might have had a little bit of trouble there.
Eastern Stars don't have Doran, as far as I'm aware, in their roster anymore. I didn't get exact details off them, but they have gone back to the old guard of Bazzi, ATHIS, Octavian, and Kapahala, right? The team that got them to PMGC in the first place. And I'm okay with that, right? Sometimes when you bring a player that in theory on paper can look to add a lot of value to your team, just doesn't work out. It just doesn't gel in the right way, whether it's not bringing the right level of comms, whether it's not flowing with the team in whatever way. And the fact that Eastern Stars have that base foundation of teamwork and strength in this roster that are playing the European Championships is a positive thing in my eyes.
TJB making their way on the south side of Severny to North George. So they did rotate there. They dropped out that eastern plane and have readjusted to their regular expected drop spot. Next team mounting up just a little bit in that Melter side. On the edge of this current circle, they're going to be pretty chill, most likely looking towards those the Potato Hill sort of area for a launching point for their next phase, potentially even coming into conflict with Penta. There we go. That's a bit of a portmanteau for you. But yeah, Penta a little bit further west than they are at the moment. Plenty of paths open for both of these teams. Clear visions. They're already very central, however.
They are, along with Regnum Carry, a little bit to the north of them on that Roshawk split. And I appreciate that Regnum Carry have 2 players on that strong compound that overlooks apartments and schools. So they're able to get a lot more vision, or clearer vision, onto the clear vision boys, as well as making sure that they're protected against the likes of Beşiktaş early on. Yes, you might think, oh, 2-2 split in the center of the circle. This is only phase 1, and especially as it's the first map of this tournament, and predominantly when you have the first 1 to 2 maps of a tournament like this, as experienced as these teams are, you have a little bit of passive play. You have that slowness as the teams feel each other out in this competitive lobby.
Yeah, we currently have Two teams still on the military island at the moment, both of them looking to make their egress, make their escape. As fastPay Wildcats on the south will be looking to make it across the western bridge. There is a guard on the other side that they'll have to be worried about. So we'll see if they can punch through that.
For Romanian Men, I was a little bit worried about their potential drop coming into this tournament because they have at times played split on that Gaka area and been punished for it. And especially when we had such an eastern playing path. However, they have been able to get away with it and still up as a full squad, coasting through the south of Everest, getting close to ruins, and I think that kind of ruins compound to the west of Headshot Hills is extremely valuable in this early part of the game because it's not too deep to the center circle. It allows a lot of rotational strength if phase 2 shifts up north or even goes further down south, and you have a lot of vision potential because of that compound from Headshot Hills and the high ground that's around it.
Circle coming in just a second. We'll go a lot further north there, Imperium. So good news for Getso in the north side, but what's this? Got some conflict as fastPay Wildcats push across and open up, finding that first knock and not quite getting that flush just yet. Hang on a minute. No, they do. They managed to pick up the first onto Surreal Esports. Losing a player, not what you want to be doing early on, especially if you're guarding out, playing on that edge style. They talked on the desk how maybe these Turkish teams favor a central style. If they're going to try and play edge, they're going to be playing into EU teams, into Western European teams who are more familiar with that style, as they highlighted.
Surreal got caught with their pants down, and that's something that I really don't want to see happen with them again. You put the simple math together, that eastern playing path that complemented the military base drop. We knew Wildcats like to prioritize that military base drop. Yes, Surreal might not be as familiar with this Fairy Pier split drop in these competitive games. They still had the opportunity to either disengage away from them super early or go for the bridge camp. If they went for a hard commit on the bridge camp, although I wouldn't agree with it, I would respect them more. But that's just simply poor timing. They had all the time in the world to rotate and disengage away from that position.
Beşiktaş move up to the gas station. They have got a split across the river right now and a strong foothold for this crossing. Clear visions close by, but not in the sight lines of Enjoy just yet from Beşiktaş. This is nice, cautious play from Clear Visions. They seem to have their wits about them, but they haven't scouted out Yasnaya as of yet. But they should know now that no shots have been taken towards them. It's a little bit safer.
Eastern Stars and Game Lord rotating around the edge of this phase 2 circle, up around the Stallbar Hill. Yeah, Game Lord adjusted their drop spot compared to the PMPL Western Europe to go for that kind of Lipovka open area that Unicorns Love had taken in that event. And maybe Eastern Stars weren't as heavily prepared for it, or they just knew it and they were confident of rotating around them. That has been the case, and it surprised me that Game Lord, compared to the PMPL Western Europe, where I feel like they'd be a bit more aggressive on a team rotating close by, they've opted to ignore Eastern Stars. Again, I can't help but feel that the likes of Game Lord and even the other European teams, John, they're a little bit more, I don't want to say scared, but aware that they can't afford to make any mistakes.
Certainly going to be a bit tricky there. Yeah, so spot the rotation coming through from Clear Visions. Not really finding too much, but X team having a little bit of a tougher time of things, losing Beg for Mercy on that rotate. Clear Visions mount the top.
Seems like Beg for Mercy went for a little bit of a scouting journey coming into the tail end of phase 2. Not the right time to pull it off, right? I'm all for scouting and trying to get a little bit of an awareness ahead of the next couple of minutes. However, when you're that close to the end of phase 2, teams are going to be locked in their position. If that compound is taken, look, it's taken, simple as that. As you see the circle shifting down south, it is a Rozhok centralization, John.
Certainly is. That's going to make Beşiktaş's position pretty strong, I would say, for now, although they might want to think about regrouping. A lot of teams to that northern side on the wide swing. The question is, are they aware of that? Plenty of firefights popping off. For Romanian Men, X-Team, both losing a player as well as Surreal. So far, 3 players remain on each of those teams. But not too much more close crunching. I imagine that's going to change fairly soon as TJB lose a player.
It's good in theory to try to rotate back to where you normally drop and then take a path line from there. However, you got to be aware that you're going to be coming in late, and you've got to be a little bit more patient with your rotation, with your movement. And it seems like TJB wasn't really like that, and they get a player caught out. Good shots coming out from Getso to try and push Clear Vision back and send them closer to, let's say, another team. Getso need to be careful as well, though, that they've taken shots. They could get third party potentially by the likes of Beşiktaş, maybe Eastern Stars coming in from behind.
S2G still in sunken, but looks like they're taking a little bit of punishment out in the open. fastPay Wildcats across those headshot hills, being challenged by Flux now over the bridge line. Boran goes down. The backup not quite there for the Wildcats. They're going to have to try and sneak away with their tails between their legs for now. Flux giving them a hiding there. Only 2 of them remain.
Flux have been the most proactive team in this lobby so far. They picked up an elimination point onto one of the TJB players. They picked up an elimination point or 2 onto the players of who is it? fastPay Wildcats. So yeah, 3 eliminations so far, and they're controlling that headshot hills area. It can be a bit risky. It's positive in this kind of phase circle, and they're making every movement count.
With all the teams going out to the eastern side, I think 3 or 4 teams swung around the northern side of Yasnaya and Stalba. That southwestern edge is a little bit easier to hold. With no teams really pushing in from the back, TJB will be doing so fairly soon. So we'll see if they're able to leverage that position against Flux. But for now, Flux holding strong. Game Lord pushing in. SAMO goes down under the fires. Will have a northern side push in towards this Beşiktaş northern shore stronghold.
That simple domino effect from Getso to send Clear Vision away from their location, put Clear Vision towards Game Lord. They weren't quite as close to Clear Vision when Getso took those shots, but all it takes is another 20 seconds and that can be the case. Clear Vision running a little bit scared away from that one, and they're whittled down to, I believe, 2 players. Being comes Game Lord going up against Beşiktaş in this small little building.
Beşiktaş, 2 players on this 2-2 split. They've spent a little bit too long on this split and will suffer the consequences there. Narvalo and Robs moving in. Zessy looking to fall down. SonHP now last standing in the compound for Beşiktaş. Are they going to go for the regroup for this reconvene? SonHP wants to stand tall here in the building, but will not be able to do so. The door is flung open and Game Lord take out half of Beşiktaş. A statement from Western Europe.
Indeed. Game Lord, I think they, within reason, disappointed themselves in the finals of PMPL Western Europe. Well, they're here in the European Championships to make a name for themselves. B6 Ama gets a lovely knock onto one of the X-Team players. Now it's just 2 players left alive, able to do something to push back the REDOXbot team.
X-Team with Bimmy far forwards there. Unlikely to be able to get that one back. And will time out. Half of the compound owned already. X-Team suffering with only 2 alive. And you've got to wonder how much more they're going to be able to survive. Our X-Team going to go down early. We are still at 16. Hang on a minute. I'll eat my words, as it is the fastPay Wildcats to go down first. We might be seeing X-Team soon to follow, as it is just not going to be held around the side. Zombie is the last to fall, and another team is eliminated. X-Team out 15th.
Important aggression for REDOXbot, considering their compound inside this phase 4 is quite important, right? You gotta hold on to it. So getting the aggression, getting that squad up as quickly as they have is indeed positive. The winners of the PMPL Turkish finals, fastPay Wildcats, surprising team to get eliminated, and actually the first team to get eliminated. So it seems like you should have backed a Turkish team to go out first, boys.
Clear Vision's under the bridge, playing troll against the UDR killers. Ulysses the last alive for the squad right now. But no one really putting them under too much pressure unless Clear Visions can swing out wide. Or the pressure could come from the northern side if Game Lord opt to move down towards this river, but it is still split in two on the circle.
Yeah, these circle shifts have been pretty disgusting for a lot of these teams, all things considered. Centering up on Roshawk was bad enough, but then when you still include the north of the river, it's very tricky to commit to a certain area and hope that you can hold on to. Good aggression coming out from Clear Vision off the back of losing a player early on. They want to finish off the UDR, boys.
Catches him resing, but unfortunately, Ulysses too quick on the draw. The sliver of HP will be enough, but not for the second. ALKING takes down UDR Killers. The Clear Visions are down to 2.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake from Clear Vision. Coordination not quite there. There's no need for them to really lose a player in that engagement. But UDR are able to at least pick one up before they go down. Regnum Carrier, this is what I was talking about, which is so important for them to win out the fight against X Team. There was a high chance they were going to get crashed, and it is by Penta of all teams.
Pushing in. With all 4 alive, sorry. I see Penta, I think 5 immediately. To be able to succeed in a crash like this, you might just need 5 though, but they have the foot in the door. Regnum Karya cooking those nades. They will be able to hear that forwards. There's a nade around the side and you need to be careful. Penta haven't taken more than this end building.
And that's the issue, right? Yeah, okay, you have to cover the wall, but that leaves you exposed from getting stabbed in the back. And you have no angle of pressure, right? You could say the same for Regnum Carrier, but they can swing over to the other buildings to find that angle should they feel they need to. Penta made the crash, but it wasn't really an aggressive crash. It seems it was more of a, hey, we'll look to take a building and we'll coexist for the time being. Unfortunately, the next phase popped up. It went up north away from both of these teams. So either of them are going to have to make a move and look for the fight.
DJB lose a player, but Regnum Karya now under pressure as Penta decide, you know what, we're going to move towards this next circle, whether there's players in our way or not. Tron on the upstairs balcony has to reposition there. And the nades over the top, the smokes are going in, and Penta are leveraging this wall position that they have. They find 1, they find 2 as well. They are looking for the flushes as well around the corner. Muzi looks for more. Regnum Karya are crumbling under the pressure from Penta. And an excellent take around the corner there. Only Dwas going down. They only have the 1 to deal with on the outskirts there.
Flux are now waiting. They're waiting and biding their time, and I'm a little bit surprised considering how proactive Flux have been in this game so far that they're not looking to get more heavily involved. I may have to shut my mouth on that one as Flux Solus does push up against the wall and it's going to try and third party this.
Regnum Karya do go down. Penta, still all 4 of them alive. Hold is knocked, but can get back up. Soulless, not finding the spray that he was looking for through the window. Teammate will go down on the sidelines. Muzi out wide, but will be able to take that first knock, crucially, for Penta, as they are back into the fight. Manu now on the forward hold. It looks like Flux are not really going to be able to make the best of this opportunity. That proactivity that you were looking for, not really doing too much on the push, but Penta have to leave. And this is when they can strike. This is when they can stretch their legs. And they will stomp all over that push from Penta. Unfortunate timing on the blue for that fight.
10 eliminations for Flux so far in this game. Bit of mistake made. However, it's the first game, and overall, Flux have been very proactive and deserve the amount of points they've got. A lot of action brewing on the western side as Eastern Stars went down, I believe, to the side of Beşiktaş. However, there is a couple of teams involved in the form of Nexria and Surreal, or S2G, should I say.
Surreal playing on that south side. No one really wanting to leave this. Look at that, S2G have their little huddle in that smoke there. But Beşiktaş have somehow managed to find themselves a carve of this circle. Game Lord will be moving down and controlling this northern side. With all 4 alive, you've got to think that they have one of the better spots in this game.
Game Lord on that northeastern side, they're able to use the hang side of the bridge to push back the likes of Clear Vision and get into the late game. However, Flux going to shut them down. Great shots by Lutz.
Only player alive for the squad, though, given their position on that south side. Could have gone a lot better for them. The next Ruya trying to peek out the riverside and actually spotting a player from 4 Romanian Men. Clear vision not able to stop the crash into the water. They got the upstairs angle from the building, and they will know all of these players are here, know exactly what's going on. Next Ruya look like they might be taking shots back over towards it, but they're going to have to push up the hillside themselves. S2G, vigilant, but the position spotted out. Sat back by Frozen. Hits the deck, pops the smoke, wants the spray, wants the fight. Looks to spray around the edge of the tree, but not quite finding it. Instead, there's bullets sent his way, and they are landing. Hamzy looking to go absolutely off on one. Will find two, and next Ruya fall to the spray from the UMP.
The one player was going to win it. That should have been Frozen, but Hamzy shuts him down, and good aggression on board as the final player of S2G. He's going to lose his life at the hands of 4 Romanian Men as we have 6 teams left up. I think there's minimum 2 in the water. You have Game Lord on the east, you have Clear Vision on the east, and Beşiktaş, they're controlling that northwest.
Flux have their last player in the drink as well. Lutz did Kareen in there. Clear Visions, they still have the underside of this bridge. They're still in the edge of this circle. So if they don't get spotted by Beşiktaş, they might be all right to pick up a whole heap of points from these players in the water. Sarah, the only player who's crossed onto that northern shore for 4 Romanian Men.
Robs, from a distance, takes down the final player for Romanian Men. I don't know exactly, or don't quite remember what circle Surreal players sent themselves into the water. I'm opting to think that it was probably the right time. It didn't seem like it was too early, and it's going to pay off at least in getting them into the top 5. Of course, they're not able to do much inside the water in terms of getting eliminations. However, if they can survive all the bullets from Clear Vision and Game Lord, they could be looking at a top 3.
And look at this as well. Two teams from Western Europe, 3 teams from Turkey in these final 5. What a great way to start off the tournament. Game Lord, all 4 of them are alive, and they have a massive high ground advantage here. Clear Vision clearing up those points, looking for those knocks in the river, and they are going to be finding them as well. Beşiktaş with 2 have the circle shift towards them, so Game Lord are going to have to move their way.
Enjoy, peace. Shots being fired up by Enjoy. It's a full Game Lord squad. Make the push, make the aggression, and gain control, my French comrades.
That's what they're going to do, but Victor will fall first, looking for that re-frag, and will be able to find that peak. Victor still down, not res just yet, but has a lot of health to be taken away with. Game Lord take that forward position, but Peace is on the warpath. MVP for the previous tournament that he played in for the PMPL Turkey. Now look at her take on the top team from Western Europe. Game Lord, well, one of the top teams, certainly. And that nade going to make them rethink that title. Akashi down on the hillside, and Peace tears them piece by piece. Excellent positioning from Peace. Lobs those nades over and dismantles that push on a tricky descent for the mountaintop for Game Lord.
I don't think realistically anybody expected Clear Vision coming into this game on as a top 3 team. Great start, taking advantage. It was a little bit of an early huddle as they lost a player, but they've gained control from that point onwards.
One player stands for Beşiktaş to maybe do something against Clear Vision. Oh, and they spotted one. Surreal able to slow things down. HAMODY last standing. They should know where this last player is as well if they had their wits about them. Kept track of the fight. The nade over the top could be on the money, and that's what you want. The dunk down takes care of Clear Vision, and it's an all-Turkey top 2.
One of the notes that the Turkish boys, when we had a little bit of a meeting with them, said was that Sheeta can clutch up as a solo. Yes, his teammates were knocked, but he was on his own. That's exactly what he did, and he's put Surreal in a game-winning position as it is going to be 1v3.
Surreal should also know the general direction that Peace is playing from with the knowledge of those fights from earlier. And they have surrounded this position. What little meds they have being passed around, being divvied up among the squads, because you can see they're very, very low. After their time in the drink, they've managed to get out of this river Imperium. That alone is impressive.
Like, I thought it was pretty bold saying top 3 for them being in the water at that point, right? I didn't expect it to be a game-winning position, but they got out of it. And there's one thing being in the water, it's another thing getting out of it. And I think Surreal deserve it because of how aggressive they've been on that proactivity.
I mean, we saw Peace do a lot of work against the Game Lord Descent earlier. Needs to look for a little bit more. Spots one, but it's not going to happen. Beşiktaş eliminated, and Surreal take the first chicken dinner at the European Championships.
Of course, there's always going to be a high chance that it was going to be a Turkish team to take the first win of the European Championships. And Surreal, considering where they were, didn't think it was going to be them completely. I got to give a big shout out, though, to Beşiktaş. When they were down to 2 players, one strategy that within reason is risky, is playing that solo split. Because they had that kind of 1-1 split, they were able to take advantage of what was a questionably poor push by Game Lord onto their position.
I think this is one of the very few times I think I've seen the river play work out for a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
For Surreal, they were in there for so long. So many teams had sightlines on them. I think they were down to 1 player alive at one point, 1 player standing.
Jesus.
And they managed to recoup all of that. Peace, top in the tables there. Excellent performance, excellent first outing for the Beşiktaş MVP.
Then top traveler, of course, TJB, we saw land in the Stalbar Kameshki area and then rotate to North George. Fortunately, he didn't really get much of a result out of it. And it was a good game 1 to start the day, John. I think the European team showed up in a pretty positive way.
Yeah, absolutely. Those river splits are always treacherous, but Surreal make the crossing. They ford their way to the first chicken dinner of the EU Championships.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. As you saw there, we're about 8 minutes until we get into our next match, but we, of course, need our own time here on the desk to talk about that last match. And kicking things off extremely well, Surreal coming in with the big victory here. Though there was a moment, Claris, you were mentioning for Peace to potentially capitalize off of them having 2 players down to maybe pick it up. But either way, some good points picked up by those 2 teams.
No, definitely so, definitely. For Beşiktaş, considering that they get the salvage mission off the back of, having that conflict up against Game Lord is very, very impressive. Peace, we know. We mentioned him at the beginning of the show. He is capable of amazing things, and he already showed that there to start things off. Surreal, though, getting themselves to the win here is big, considering I think that their initial drop spot across Ferry Split, I think, is a good adaptation, considering that I thought maybe they were going to try and go for the fight over in Pochinki. They didn't do that, and they will capitalize off the back of that change and then their transitions.
Yeah, for me, honestly, I was really happy to see so many teams picking up so many big elimination points. I mean, we can see here 7 for Surreal, 7 for Beşiktaş, 7 for Clear Vision, 9 for Game Lord, 10 for Fireflux.
Yeah.
I think for me, Max, it's really important to highlight that, because these are the teams who are not afraid. They know what they're going to do. They're executing their strategies correctly here. And of course, Akashi is making you look not so good.
I feel like the taunting's going to come back in the Insta DMs after this show, but that's fair. I'm really happy to see Game Lord do well. So you know what? It's an indirect W. I'll take it at the end of the day. But yeah, it's very top heavy in terms of eliminations, and I'm happy to see in particular, Game Lord do so well in that fight. But really, I mean, you talked about Peace at the start of the show, Claris, and he picked up, what was it, a 1v3 versus Game Lord right there, and they were just all coming his way, and he just picked it up one by one by one. Those nades were absolutely on point. So, I mean, yeah, Beşiktaş, they were called out as a team that could be first, and Peace popped off in particular here.
The really cool thing about Peace getting that effectively a 1v3, there was a little bit of assistance, of course, but Game Lord had cleared out the majority of the east and north side of their circle, so they knew that their big threats were going to be coming from the west side, and yet he was still able to make that happen with some utility as well as some great sprays. So I think that really talks to the caliber of the player, considering that a team like Game Lord probably knew that that's where the threat was going to come from.
Okay, well, looking down the list here as we look further, I'm really pleasantly surprised by a couple other teams that we mentioned actually while watching. Penta, a team that we had a lot of questions when it came to the Western Europe PMPL, but they came out with like some really good, I mean, decent frags, obviously with 3 elimination points, but they weren't really afraid like we've seen in the past. Halls and Co, I mean, Manu as well. They were willing to fight, and they did the fights pretty well. They just got a little bit unlucky with the nade.
Well, yeah, that was what I was going to say. Like, the fight was held down pretty well, but they did get helped a pretty significant amount by that one nade. I think it was Solkay, Kalaris, if I'm not mistaken, that was coming in from Flux, so that did definitely unlock that whole situation for them. But indeed, like, compared to the start of PMPL Western Europe, this is a team that would be very scared for them time to go for rotations and to commit to a play. Here they're just like full pushed it. Sure, they were saved at the very end by that one nade in particular from Solkay, but I don't think there's that doubt anymore for the team. And I think that going up against Turkish teams, if you have doubt, they're going to capitalize on that and punish you for it. So it's good improvement to see.
I think a lot of the teams as well in that situation were all squeezed based on the circle, right? If you've got the river running straight through the middle of the circle, you've got a lot of people in these compounds that sometimes these big nades are going to happen, and I can't take too much away from this game based on the fact that there's all these teams having to scramble for these positions. So, but yeah, great conversion overall.
It's just first match as well. We still have 23 left to go before we do get into our second one, though. Let's hone in and zone in here on 2 teams in particular who put up some really good eliminations between GameLord and Fireflux. Just see the stats between the two. Now, obviously, GameLord, we have to kind of mention, we can see the damage received, we can see the healing done, and that was all due to them having a fight up against Getso, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was actually, we talked about that a little bit. It would have been really cool if we could see the fight more in particular. But I think the one deciding factor as to why GameLord won that is because they were holding on to one of the strongest positions up northeast, was that little ridge line right up north of the bridge, north of Garden. It's very specific in that position. But yeah, that ridge that's really strong to hold on to if a team is pushing you from the west, which is exactly what Getso done. And then they got down to just 1 player, and that's something you mentioned during that game, Kalaris. And the fact that they go back from 1 player back up to 4, while most of the teams up north are dead, that was like the perfect setup for GameLord to potentially close off the game.
Yeah, there's a few things about GameLord's movement. Well, as you say, the recovery overall is extremely impressive up there, showing that GameLord is very much here to play for this tournament. But also, actually, just a slight tangent to go off the back of where GameLord was here, they ran into Beşiktaş before all of that. And this is 2 teams that I didn't think were going to conflict based on the fact that we kind of anticipated maybe a move away from one of these teams from Yasnaya, but that their rotational paths for a lot of these circles are still going to be very similar. So we may see the continuation of that on Erangel as these conflicts go on. So I'm a little bit worried, I guess, for both teams, if I wanted to say it like that, Jason.
Really? I thought for me, I'm actually really excited for GameLord in particular, just because they're carrying the momentum over that they had from the league stage, from the super weekends, from the finals. I mean, this team is like the cream of the crop when it comes to Western Europe, and to see them have no struggles against obviously a different region now come into the mix is a really good sign for them. But of course, you guys at home who are watching, we still want to see exactly how you're watching PMPL EU Championship Spring 2022, so make sure you guys are getting your tweets into us with the hashtag PMPL EU Champ. You want to see exactly how you're doing it, maybe what you're eating, maybe what you're drinking while you're watching as well. Maybe you want to squish Max's head when we're on camera. I'll give you extra kudos for that one. But we're always excited to see how you guys are watching and enjoying the show. Gentlemen, we had our predictions come through in the first game. I feel technically we all lost, even though I technically was the closest with my prediction. But we're changing things up this time. I don't get a point for that, so I'm not even going to try to claim it. We're going to be talking about which team will get the first elimination here in this match. I went for Fireflux because they were able to put up the most eliminations in the last game. They were looking strong, looking good. What about you, Max?
I'm going to go, I mean, as you can see right there, Xray, because we got hot drops happening. Of course, in that last game, they can change. There's a big chance they will be changing, so it might not happen. But if the hot drop happens, Xray, they showed they're super strong in early games, so that's my pick.
So, Jason, either you win or I win, because there is the potential that our 2 teams clash in San Martin. So I'm going GameLord. Yeah.
Well, if I think back to our history of knowing each other over about 10 years now, you're probably going to win this one then, and I'll have to just take the L. So we can throw the point up for Kalaris. Obviously, when we get to the end of the day, there will be a punishment. We're not going to tell you what it is just now, but it might be done on the show. It might be done on tomorrow's show. You just got to stick around and tune in to see what will happen. And maybe, just maybe, we can get Max, man, to shave his head here live on air. I don't know. Because look at Kalaris, man. I can't touch that beautiful head of hair. But it is time to head into our next match of the day. We have Miramar coming up next. Remember, Erangel's going to be following that thereafter. But it's time to head over to John Allen and Blake to kick off match number 2.
things are starting to heat up in England, where I'm currently situated, and we're going to be heating up here as well. Blank has got rid of the bleach blonde. He's gone back au naturel, and I'm absolutely here for it. We're going to have a great time. What are you thinking?
The old natural
you're
hair,
muted on
right?
VINDEX.
We're fine. I'm okay. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. But yeah, back to brown. But sadly, not the same color as the sand here from the old Miramar, which is a bit unfortunate. But we do have a quick survey for you guys at home. If you want to fill that in, you can head over towards the pinned comment section over on YouTube. Just head straight up towards that link and let us know what you think.
Absolutely. Make sure you have your opinion heard. Please take part, obviously, in that viewer survey. But I don't think there's a question about hair in there. I think it's mostly about the games that we're going to be witnessing here. Of course, the next one up is Miramar. It's going to be a little bit more open ground, a lot more vehicle rotations coming through, less foot action to be had, certainly early on in the game. Plain path from La Cobreria down to Impala.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard you actually struggle with the name La Cobreria before. I think that was a real miracle here on the EU PMPL Championship. So I'm living for that for the start of the day. We are going to drop spots straight in here, and the boys on the list talking about perhaps a little bit of action between Game Lord as well as Fire Flux. I don't know what we'll see in this game so far. Obviously, these two regions are now clashing, and I'm very interested to see what does take place over the majority of this weekend, because already we've had a roaring start between Beşiktaş as well as the guys from Game Lord duking it out, with Peace getting that absolute unreal nade over the top. And again, it's that problem that seems to come into the case where Akashi is just a little bit too far behind. I understand they like to have that backstop, but in all honesty, throughout the majority of the games that I have watched, John, it just has felt like Akashi's been a little bit too far behind. Now that is the first elimination, and I don't think anyone on the desk got it right.
Don't know who managed to pick that one up. We know which team was losing a player there, but of course, if you want to get yourself some loot for this tournament, we do have peak concurrent users milestone to hit during the PMPL European Championship to get the free rewards. 30k, it's going to be that Crimson Swordsman set. 50k, 2 PMPL activity crates, and at 80k, it would be the PMPL 2022 Spring t-shirt. And that, of course, is a permanent cosmetic. So make sure that you're getting on for that. You can watch live to be able to pick that one up. You can see the dates at the bottom of your screen just there.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so many rewards. We've even got little images overlapping over one another because we've got so many rewards coming straight at you. Okay, we've even got special crates in game that you can go pick up. But enough about rewards. Let's take a look at the game here, in which case the players will be rewarding themselves with some fat stacks should they head towards the top of the rankings here. Obviously, I do believe it was S2G to pick up that initial elimination versus Xray. I think they had a little bit of scuffle before you did see Xray head off west towards El Pozo, and now S2G is moving down towards Monte Nuevo. So could be a little bit more action going down there between them and UDR Killers. But on their western side, John, you do have TJB making the long rotate down towards the southwest.
It was a bit of a vehicle combat going through. And S2G get that knock, get that first elimination as well. Peeling that one off the next through your deck and getting a buggy for it as well. Really nice start.
Yeah, it's a great start for them. Eastern Stars, though, you take a bit of a tumble there for Octavian between them and the Istanbul fastPay Wildcats, with Ray making it happen. And absolutely sprinting up there. You can see the sand just brushing off the back of his heels as he flings himself up the top of that ridge.
Octavian in a crucial spot to stop this rotation coming through, needed to stay up there to protect from this exact flank that's happening now. You can see the Wildcats, they've split 2 and 2. Well, really more 2-1 and 1 with that one player at the backstop, but picking up the flush onto Octavian, they're not wasting any time. The Eastern Stars lose a player early.
I like that for Ray. I think he's as surprised as we were when it was, in fact, Octavian behind door number 3 and did quickly, swiftly take him out there. And now we do have Eastern Stars just chilling on. I believe that is Bazzilo now in. Obviously, a new face to the roster here for them. I think that they are trying to fill up some of these gaps, because they have always had this bit of a problem between ATHIS, Kapahala, and Octavian. It's always that fourth member. They're never really sure who to throw in there, but they're very adamant on having ATHIS, Kapahala, and Octavian. Octavian, obviously, in the European, Western Europe tournament, very, very strong overall, looking really, really good towards the end at least, but still having his slip-ups here and there. And Eastern Star's definitely not what we were used to.
More as well. They swung back around this other side, and ATHIS will be the blockade here for the Eastern Stars. Instead, has to back out. Knows he's outmatched here on the numbers, on the position, waiting for the team to come through and control those sight lines. Kapahala looking to spray down to suppress the Wildcats for just a little bit of time, give themselves some breathing room. And they're doing so successfully, pushing the Wildcats back over the ridge.
See what they can do here. Obviously, that was a pretty decent rebuke coming through from Eastern Stars, sending fastPay Wildcats downhill. It's really what you want to see here. As long as you can kind of maintain some of this high ground presence, you can play with this three-man setup. It does make things a little bit more difficult. Again, looking at their position at the moment, they're all the way over towards Impala at the moment, John. So very much away from the majority of the action. I don't think there's any teams within at least a kilometer of them around this area. So they are free to just take this team fight between one another. But eventually they are going to want to head out west. And it is the fastPay Wildcats who are holding that side. So realistically for Eastern Stars, I think that, you know, a decent rotation here would be to send out towards the south, maybe slip behind the buildings here, possibly. But it's just a question mark here. For, do they have the vehicles to make it happen? Can fastPay Wildcats just track them down? It's a real difficult spot, and I think that this will be opened up as soon as they can get a knock over towards the Wildcats.
If they can get a knock towards the Wildcats, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, it looks like they have the high ground positions, and that will be their game plan moving forwards. But there is always that if in PUBG Mobile. ATHIS might have a sight line there. No. Bazzy behind a wall. Maybe unheard of by the Wildcats right now. Certainly gathering all the info we can on that third-person perspective, but not gathering too much just yet. And they will stay alive. S2G, EDR Killers, rotating pretty close by as it starts to pop off. That's that first knock that you said they were looking for, Blaine.
Yeah, absolutely. You need that first knock coming through, and now like they're going to make these big movements because, yeah, they don't have a huge amount of time to make this happen. So Bazzy obviously moving up nice and early here for them to try and watch out. They have already got a player back up on his feet, but at least it knows that, you know, there's still some bite left in this dog in Eastern Stars. And realistically, for fastPay Wildcats, they're going to have to be a little bit more afraid here. Hair standing up on end of the backs. See what they can get done. Right now, they are just starting to converge over towards this eastern side of the compound. And right now, for Eastern Stars, there's just not a lot going on. It is very slow-paced.
UDR Killers. Got a little bit of a replay here for the UDR Killers. Not too sure what that was, but okay. We'll take that. Eastern Stars might have to hold off here for Bazzy. I wonder if they know about this position for the fastPay Wildcats. Repositioning in does make some footstep sounds there.
Looking at this fight, though, John, I mean, something's bound to happen eventually, right? If we keep watching.
You'd hope.
You'd hope. So it might happen. But this is a good time to move away and take a quick look at the map and get some new perspective on what's going on. Obviously, you can see Tongjiabao, as I was talking about earlier, heading down on that western coast. You can see Game Lord just a little bit far behind them, but they've already found them as well into Minister Valle, which is very, very good for them with this next circle coming out that heads down towards the south. A lot of buildings in this area, John. So it will be one of the cases where there is going to be a big chance of an urban finish, and getting a nice position early on is great. We've seen Tongjiabao do some great things in terms of urban finishes, just like sleek, rushing through, finding their position, taking position as well. But if they can find a great spot early on and cement themselves in, this is going to do wonders for their late game. Taking a quick look at some of the other teams, though, with this fight currently ongoing, you will see Beşiktaş actually making their way past La Bandita down towards that south side, heading into just the east of Los Leones. And it's a great position as well, just to start sneaking your way in and finding a position around in the map where you can dig the heel in.
Eastern Stars and fastPay Wildcats refusing to leave Impala for now. Looks like fastPay Wildcats just want to deal with this threat. To be fair, early circles, you kind of can make these sacrifices. You know you have that numbers advantage, but hopefully we'll be seeing more from them in the game to come, as they will have to shunt out west in just a moment. Game Lord on that northwestern side near El Pozzo, trying to swing down to the western edge, maybe moving in past Ladriera. TJB on that south end, as you talked about before. Central in the circle at the moment. UDR Killers looking to play up against the S2G squad. You've got Xray as well, just over the road, over those ridge lines in a couple of those shacks, pretending for this mid position.
Frozen from Xray, a really, really good player. Definitely one of the big up-and-comers throughout PUBG Mobile. Hit some nutty shots throughout several tournaments, and I've always been impressed watching this guy. So it's nice to see him here in the championship. Obviously, looking over towards that fight between fastPay Wildcats and Eastern Stars, because I do think it becomes a little bit more prevalent now that the circle's moving in. fastPay Wildcats have lost a lot of momentum here by sitting on this side. Yeah, sure, they get that one elimination, but now what do they do really? Because so much position has been already taken within the circle. There is area that is being filled up, and the players are going to swell this circle to the brim very, very shortly, because no one really wants to be out on those edges. And most teams that were on this eastern side of the map anyway will have moved through these barren areas underneath La Bandita as well as Graveyard, and now are in positions that, you know, quite scarce on this eastern side of the map. So I think for fastPay Wildcats, they could be heading straight towards their doom at the moment. I would be surprised to see them get shot out by a few teams as they make their way into the circle.
It's interesting as well, because you've got to think, you know, those teams who are moving into those positions were expecting teams near Impala, but then nobody moved out to the west and held around the east side of La Bandita. So teams like Beşiktaş, who managed to move down south through that position, might think that there's a team still out to their east, but then again, they might not, and that could prove to be difficult if that crash does come on through. But fastPay Wildcats, they do make that move. They are into the eastern end of Los Leones. They're going to play what looks like a city cross, maybe on that south outskirts, but mostly through that central area. Could be an interesting maneuver to try and pull off.
Yeah, it's one of those hopes where you've got to really hope for an Eastern shift there, because you can slink your way through the city, you know, through the sewers and go through those back streets and hopefully find yourself positioned. But when you get a circle like this, which heads up towards Picado, in which case you've also got the mountain ridge side up towards that north as well, this is going to be quite difficult for a lot of teams. But this is always an interesting one. You're always going to see a team head up towards that northern side of Picado and take positions in the foothills. You might even see two teams up there. That wouldn't surprise me either, but teams are going to try and make the best of it. But with this northern shift, now you're really hoping for another northern shift. So I think people won't try and put all their eggs in that one basket on the mountainside. But we'll see, John. We will see.
See, we shall. Xray moving a little bit more central. Fire Flux, I think they've spotted that. Solkay seems to have done. Up onto the windowsill, but time not on his side. Not going to pull the trigger on the spray, not just yet. Sees Yakko over the hillside. They're not really going for it just yet. Lutz wants to pop a couple of those shots, though, and let them know about their presence.
It's always interesting seeing all these players once again, though, John, because if you look at Fireflux, this is a team that's comprised of some of the old players coming through from footballers who split up, as well as some of the players from Class Digital Athletics from a while back now. And these two Turkish teams have kind of like recoalesced into a couple of teams. So I'll see what they can get done. I think Lutz was always one of my favorite players back in PMGC, making the most unreal long shots that I have seen in a long time. So I do think that there is some massive talent that is kind of, you know, just sweeping around in the rafters at the moment and finally find themselves into a team. And I think that this could be one hell of a hot championship to watch here, with some of the best talent coming through from Europe. And I really do think we have some extremely good talent here this year. And I'm very excited to see what the end will be like in play. But this is our first Miramar, and this is where we do get to see some of those long shots coming through, some big knocks, which will open up the majority of these fights towards the end game.
Hopefully we'll be seeing that talent on display. I mean, you're right. There is such a wealth of potential here. At the moment, though, teams looking to try and put themselves in the position to display that potential, to realize it. Game Lord losing a player close to Getso, seemingly. Can't get them out of their hair on these circles. Came into conflict earlier on. Game Lord now going to try and fight them off yet again. Good start to proceedings as they get that first knock on over, but there is a trade over onto Robs, and that is not what you want to see. It's real. They are taking this fight over the hillsides with the fastPay Wildcats. The Western Edge is absolutely popping off as Game Lord really do go at it.
I mean, this is where you need the pile driver coming through from Game Lord. They've done extremely good work before, and this is one of the things they're very, very good at, which is making holes in the map, right? Even where there isn't one to be found. It's just that case of punching through a team to find a very, very favorable position for yourself. That's not something a lot of teams are able to do. You have to be very, very talented when it comes to gunfights, to team fights, and be able to find those specific targets to do it as well without them being known to your presence until that very last second. Istanbul Wildcats, though, obviously very, very good start for them. I mean, it looked a little bit shaky between them and Surreal, and this is something that's happened very similarly over with Game Lord, which is that they've found a team and they've taken them out, and now they're taking that position down towards that southwest side. But this was very important for the Wildcats, because if they didn't make this happen, then, you know, this could have been a really horrific start to their game here on Miramar after wasting so much time in Impala versus Eastern Stars.
Game Lord did take care of business against Getso, but the Wildcats have spotted the Eastern Stars. They just won't let them go. One player now standing for Eastern Stars. Just Kapahala, the Warlord, to try and cross the barren desert.
It's going to be rough, man. And I mean, yeah, straight out of there with a nice shot from Enjoy from Beşiktaş up towards that north side. So they'll take a elimination point for their troubles. Nice stuff. And like I say, you really didn't want to put all your eggs in one basket. We go north, we go south, we go north again, and we are back south, John. So obviously this is a bit of an awkward position on the map, at least, just with the crossroads in effect. Crossing these fairly open zones is going to require smokes, and really you do have this 4 slice of a pizza, and it's kind of deciding which toppings you want from each slice at the moment, because it can really go anywhere. Again, though, it's just going to be that case of picking a spot and going for it. I imagine most teams are going to try and head towards those compounds towards the middle of the map later on, and then decide where they want to go after that.
Surreal taking shots their way, and this is the open ground that you're worried about the cross coming on through. fastPay Wildcats send over to the other side of the ridgeline. Looks like they're going to play close to the road, but Clear Vision have the high ground. They have complete oversight. Somehow, fastPay Wildcats, they're escaping the majority of this damage.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a pretty unreal push from Istanbul Wildcats, to be honest. I've been very impressed. Suppressing fire down towards Clear Vision. They are right out in the open now, and to be honest with you, Clear Vision spot on the ridge, it's extremely good for them. Beşiktaş, though, now versus Penta.
Casualties going both ways, but Penta suffering the brunt of the damage. SonHP is flushed out by Manu, but he's left alone now against 3 from Beşiktaş. There is a third party coming in, and Zessy gets sat down as well from the shots. I don't even know if that came from Manu, but either way, Manu stays alive, has the first aid to keep himself going. Northeastern side of the circle, and they'll have to push on in. Just Peace remains, just Manu for Penta.
With that, Muzi will be going down as well, with them being a little bit out in the play zone. This is going to start ticking quite hard here for them. We do get this west shift over towards the slice over towards the northwest there, which is great news, to be honest with you. You won't want something that was in the middle. Now a lot of teams have a definitive position to play for. Clear Vision going to quickly leave their spot over towards the east on that ridge, move in, leave fastPay Wildcats behind. But honestly, again, this would be a pretty crazy run from fastPay Wildcats if they make it much further towards that top 5 spot with what was quite an unlucky start for them.
Yeah, they've got 6 eliminations. They've managed to regroup on that hillside under the watchful eyes of Clear Vision. I mean, you talked about it, but it felt like Clear Vision should have had at least 2 or 3 knocks on that crossing. They didn't manage to get any.
Yeah, it was extremely surprising, right? I think at one point we even saw the boys from the fastPay Wildcats doing some donuts out in the sand, which I found extremely funny, but those were in fact evasive maneuvers, John, and they were able to get themselves in position with it. A lot of action now starting to pop off around the map, but Clear Vision, although they weren't able to find their quarry over towards the fastPay Wildcats, they are making a meal out of X Team on the east side.
2 players from X Team falling so far. fastPay Wildcats at the back. You've got the remnants of Beşiktaş as well. And Clear Vision just ahead of the game. 1 player for Beşiktaş as he loses a tire, loses a second. I don't think you're going to last too long on those. But might have some cover on the descent for now. But no, peace finally falls. 4 Romanian men trying to hold things out. S2G going in for the fight. 2 players for 4 Romanian men. And it's a 1-for-1 trade. But that goes in the favor of S2G. Hamzy able to stay alive, but in comes the third party, in comes the crash. Around the corner, it's REDOXbot to try and swing on out. Wild does go down, but there's more still to come. A nade over the top could be good if it's cooked right, but I think it was just a little bit too long. Might give the game away.
Yeah, Hamzy, he walks out into it. Wasn't quite cooked for long enough, but that was perfect. Came out the oven just at the right time there, taking down Hamzy in the process. And now Rip 7 remaining, but honestly, I think this is probably the guy that I'd want remaining for my team. He is absolutely unreal when it comes to solo play. I think I remember him lying down in a bunker on a angle for about 7 minutes, taking out several teams in the process, but through the smoke, we will get plinked away, and REDOXbot to hold on to this position.
Now it's just Kelsey standing on the defense from the third party. As 4 Romanian men, they're still alive in the meantime as well. Game Lord, they're starting to pop off on the south side. They're starting to do a little bit over that way. 4 Romanian men finally going down. Kelsey last standing for S2G against 3 from REDOXbot, who have succeeded phenomenally well in this third-party engagement. They've managed to do a lot of work here, but finally, in the meantime, the Wildcats fall.
It was unfortunate. Eventually, Clear Vision found their mark. Took a little bit of a while, but they made it happen in the end. Now it's Game Lord, though. I think they heard a lot of this fighting down here, and they were eager for some of those elimination points. After that game versus Beşiktaş as well, Surreal, that last map, they want to make up for some of the points. Want to get nice and ahead early on, John, and this is where Game Lord shines. It's just being able to be so versatile over lots of maps, and that is a beautiful Molotov from Robs. Not missing a mark here.
Pushes off that angle, closes down that threat, and Game Lord can leverage that. They can move forwards, but into the vehicles, into the buggies, they go, and they are going to try and send out of their Game Lord. Going to be left a little bit high and dry there, maybe. Clear Vision holding off their hillside position. Last player standing against 3 from Fire Flux. SAMO cannot hold it at bay, but Solkay goes down. So did Lutz, and it's just Soulless and Kecth now to try and pull themselves back together.
FF just with a massive goblet of experience on their side. I think taking these fights versus them is going to be very difficult, especially as a solo. They know exactly what to do. They've been in several high-profile tournaments before versus some of the best teams in the world. So you really do have to watch out for these guys. UDR killers, though, honestly, these lads still making it happen. Been on a bit of a meteoric rise recently. Beast, though, trying to get over the top here from REDOXbot. Game Lord's moved up, but have lost a lot of players in the process. Now down to just 2 with 1 on the knees.
Oh, that could be good. It's right on Solkay. Will get the flush on out. Beast moving forward. Kecth is caught, and Soulless now around the edge. Last standing. Might be a little bit unsuspecting of positions. Soulless biding time, trying to play sneaky. There is a player further to the north, the next Ruya. Might prove to be troublesome, but Game Lord for now down to 1. It's REDOXbot flooding over these hillsides from the south.
Still trying to deal with this final player from Fire Flux.
Oh. And Solkay will fall. Really nicely pushed as a duo. Next three, though, the last player there, not wanting to third party that, not wanting to suppress that ridge line, and not wanting to peek over towards Solkay.
This is very unfortunate for Narvalo. Do love the way that Tron just moved over the top. They able to take him down, but that's UDR Killers though. And actually taking out the final player from Game Lord. Smokes go down. Regnum off in the distance. Doka Machine from next row, you're going to start to slip round on the side. This could be a second place for him if he plays his cards right, with Regnum only on 2 players and UDR with a potential 3.
Could be 2 eliminations right now for UDR Killers. Salazar, Resable, looks like they are going for that res on the edge of the circle. Moving up to this next ridge line, going to be invaluable for Pocus to control this Lone Ranger on the northern side. I feel like Doka Machine's been spotted by Regnum Kaya, or at least they're certainly wary of that position.
Yeah, I think throughout the majority of this endgame, Regnum's been very, very aware of certain players and the positions around the map and playing around that for the time being. UDR Killers, though, definitely not a team to sit down, have a cup of tea. They want to move forward.
Doka Machine's position fully known now. Both teams should know exactly where this guy is. And we'll need to pull something out of the bag here. 10 eliminations so far from Regnum Kaya. A really well-played third-party engagement on the south side. And some heads-up rotations into this position have afforded them one of the stronger positions in this next circle. But there's only 2 of them. EDR Killers might be able to leverage those numbers.
Yeah, it's this open ground ahead of UDR Killers where smokes are going to be absolutely necessary. And realistically, the only thing right now which is distracting Regnum from turning on UDR Killers massively is Doka Machine off in the distance. Now, I know those spots out Tron will swiftly sit back down behind that hillside there. Moving back, just trying to find any kind of ordnance that UDR Killers can use to try and move Regnum out of this position. But that's Doka Machine going down to Loxy. And now all eyes are ahead.
Yeah, and immediately Loxy moves forwards to this ridgeline, immediately takes up position. Somewhere that they can play around a little bit more effectively and control more of this next circle. UDR Killers, in response, they've grouped up a little bit. Maybe a little bit of a nade magnet there, but that's a nade sent back the way of Regnum Kaya. Really, really close by, but bounced a little bit, unfortunately, there over the top. That one's a little bit better, but Tron repositioned. UDR Killers making their game plan, and again, EU taking on Turkey in this final circle.
See what they can achieve here. I think for UDR Killers, this would be a real achievement for themselves on Miramar. I mean, coming off from the back of their actual run in the previous tournament they played in, it's just mad to see them here right now doing so much. But I'm extremely impressed with them so far. Regnum, though, like you said, a very, very well-played third-party game from them. And even the case of just taking multiple fights at the same time to achieve this spot that they've been able to hold on to for so long. But versus 3, it's just so difficult.
Loxy, he knew that there was a player pushed up to that crate, had the third-party advantage, the third-person advantage. Salazar goes down. Loxy standing up, goes for the trade, finds another as well. There's excellent crossfire, and now it's 2 versus 1. UDR Killers with just Nano Baby needs to do the dirty, but he can't do it. Regnum Kaya take it down, and the UDR Killers fall at their feet.
I think that this was just an unreal play coming through from Regnum, but also a bit of a misplay from UDR Killers there, John. I mean, you know that Tron's headed up towards that hillside and he can peek over the top for days on end. I think they try and cut off that line of sight as best they can in those final moments, but it's just not quite enough there. And Tron's just peeking out the entire time, but it really does require that nutty shot from Loxy to finish that one up, because they didn't take the backstop there from UDR Killers. Things become a little bit dicey, but what a play from Regnum this game.
What an elimination count as well. 14 elims coming in this game. And that chicken dinner, that's a hefty 29 points this early on in the tournament. That's got to feel good. It's got to give you a little bit of mojo to be going forwards with on this Miramar.
Yeah, and I mean with how quickly this tournament is going to come and go, to be honest with you, with how short it is, like these big point games, they don't come around all the time, and getting one here is fantastic for you. Loxy heading up all 3 of these spots, turning out to be just an absolute monster during this game with 1,000 damage done total. So over half the damage his team did was on himself. But yeah, really, they came from a very difficult side of the map over on the south, where there were at least 5 teams duking it out for position. So I'm impressed, man. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I feel like that win was absolutely deserved. A really, really solid set of players coming through, and they held off beautifully, as you say, against that final push. They dealt with the third party on that north side, and they were able to take that chicken dinner. An excellent 14 elimination chicken dinner coming through from Regnum Kaya.
Welcome back, everyone, as we finished off now our second match of the day. I guess we're having a solo shot of this beautiful face, because we obviously have to talk about how handsome I am and how our prediction game is going, which at the moment, I think Colaris technically has a 1, but we're clarifying the numbers on those. We're checking out the admins to make sure that's all been done correctly. But either way, another fantastic match finishing off. Regnum able to close things out with a lot of limbs behind it.
Yeah, and one thing I could tell you is that I definitely do have 0 points though, but I think we pretty much all expected that. Yeah, Regnum Kaya able to get himself the win here with those 14 eliminations on board, and this was a team that was very silent in the first game, but this is the one thing that I think came through heavily in the Turkish PMPL, is this is a very inconsistent team, and their highs are very high, like this game in particular. If they can hold on to like games like this on a more regular basis, like there could be a very big surprise, I would say, Colaris.
Well, I mean, this was an excellent game for them, all things considered, right? The commentators were already highlighting it, the path that they had to take to get to the eventual later circles was through fire. They were taking a lot of fights down towards the south, then trying to transition up against these hard circle shifts against them, and they found themselves a nice little ridge line to be able to play. It was looking a little bit dicey, but then some, fortunate circles going their way is able to kind of scarper the efforts of UDR killers.
Well, as we look down the list, though, yet again, we're seeing a couple of names really rise through the ranks. GameLord and Fireflux. Yet again, 6 eliminations between the two, or 12 technically between the two, but 6 each. Then obviously the placer points there behind it. Navarro just trying to stay alive as long as possible at the very end. But like, I think we're already seeing just from these 2 matches alone that consistency is definitely in the hands of these 2 teams.
Yeah, I feel like GameLord, we saw it during the entire Western Europe PMPL, right? That if they do have like a good rhythm going for a day, typically they're going to hold on to it for the remainder of the day. So I think GameLord are already in a really good mindset, which is good because let's not forget last championship, GameLord, they really struggled to deal with like the Turkish domination. But man, this time around they came a lot more prepared because they have that international experience. So there's no better chance than now for them to potentially perform here.
I mean, to be fair, right, TJB, known as Panda back then, they struggled really heavily when it came to the regionals back then of last year in the first season, and then they were able to come back a little bit under the Unicorns of Love banner. But looking down the rest of the list, I mean, Surreal, they got a victory in our first match of the day, and then they go down to 0 points in the second match, and I feel like we see that happen just a little bit all too often, Colaris.
It's the true curse of PUBG Mobile, and that, yeah, as you say, it does happen. It's a little unfortunate, but I think in this kind of lobby, I think you can probably account for things like this occurring. I mean, we know that all these teams qualified via pretty strenuous efforts, and then going up against a lobby quite like this, you know that there are a lot of strong players on the field that can easily take you out.
Yeah, and even though you did have some scrims happening, like, these are the real games of the tournament now, so no, drops are going to change, rotations are going to change. There's that little bit of unknown on the first map in particular of every single map. So first Erangel might see some adaptations happening on game 3. This Miramar, Surreal maybe didn't have the best rotation and they just go right into another team. So I think that as we have more games of each map, like, I'll get better, but this one was a little bit of an oops for Surreal.
Well, keep in mind, there's only 22 matches left to go, but before we can obviously talk about what's coming up next, let's kind of finalize and finish off here our second match of the day by taking a look at the Regnum players individually, just to get an idea of who's really stepping up for the team here in this last match. And the patented Kalaris praise.
That's right.
1001 damage at Aloxi.
By one damage, the man manages to get it out of me. Impressive stuff. But you know what's more impressive? Beast's hair. And I'll just leave it at that.
I feel like Blank tried to copy Beastex's hair previously, and then he had to realize he just doesn't look as good as Beast does.
I don't know what's going on with Blank's hair, man. It changes every season, and it somehow gets worse. And nah, he's gonna hate me. He's gonna hate me.
I don't talk after that. I don't know. There's tension now. I don't know. I don't know where to go from this. But yeah, Lockney just doing really well in this game, which is surprising. I thought Tron and Beast were actually my two players I was looking at during the PMPL from Turkey. So always happy to see another player rise up to the occasion on this map.
Well, I can definitely assume how Blank is watching PMPL EU Championships. We're going to take a look here at you guys at home. Need to give us your pictures. Let us know how you're watching. Blank probably has a knife in his hand, holding up to his monitor as he sees Kalaris, just really pissed off and upset. Or maybe he has scissors to cut his own hair. Who knows? Maybe he wants to improve on himself because everyone wants that Kalaris praise. Just make sure to tweet to us with the hashtag PMPL EU Champ and let us see exactly how you are watching. But as we move into our next match, gentlemen, it's time for another prediction, but this time, it's going to be about who's going to get the most points in this match. I went with Game Lord because it's Game Lord. They've been the most consistent so far. They're going to do it for me.
Okay. fastPay Wildcats, we still haven't seen him so far today, so I want to see him potentially get himself a good game here.
And I'll go with Beşiktaş because it's right there. It says that I predicted it.
Yeah. I mean, that's as good a reason as any other reason, to be perfectly fair for you. We'll obviously see how things will go. We'll have a punishment at the end of the day to tell you guys at home, so make sure you guys stick around. But it's time to stick around for our third match of the day. We're heading back to Erangel once again, but this time it's going to be Blank and Imperium.
Well, hello. Welcome back to another game. Game number 3 of the day. Blank off the back of what was a pretty exciting Miramar. I'm looking forward to heading over to Erangel once again. I don't know if you caught what Kalaris is saying about your hair, man. It was pretty harsh.
Yeah, I was hurt, man. Just like
you know what?
Right through the heart. It was awful.
I think your hair looks wonderful, man.
Thanks, bro. That's okay. To be honest with you, I don't know what would make Kalaris happy anymore. I mean, if I maybe cut my hair into like a little 1001 over the top of my head, maybe that would work, but I don't know at this point, realistically. But yeah, heading into our next match, and I mean, it's already been fairly explosive. I think you were mentioning that right there, Imperium, with several different, like, extremely good players. And obviously we casted Western Europe, but it's just so nice to see a lot of these Turkish teams and other regions just coming in absolutely blasting, essentially.
And I really think that for the most part, some of the European teams at least have showed up in the first 2 games. Game Lord, 2 strong results. Clear Vision, quite consistent in their results. I believe that out of the European teams that have done well, it has been partly down to a little bit of circle luck and other teams taking each other out, i.e. the Turkish teams have noticeably been more aggressive, I feel. But you can't deny that when it comes to the late game, as I say, Clear Vision and Game Lord have done a good job of getting decent points.
Yeah, 100%. I think that for Game Lord in particular, what you're mentioning right there. It's like you have a little bit of circle look, but Clear Vision definitely did their due diligence in that last match. And for a angle, for a game lord, it's just a case of like blasting through and making it happen where you can. Heading over to Sandhawk right now, but we do have some free permanent rewards for you as well before we drop into this one. As long as you're dropping into the YouTube, making sure that you're keeping up with those milestones, you can win several different prizes all the way up to that permanent t-shirt at 80,000 peak concurrent viewers. So make sure you get Barky the dog in here, make sure he's watching, and really bump those numbers up, guys, because everyone wants a free tasty t-shirt to go home with.
Barky, is just Barky the dog, that's it? Like, that's, you know, is every dog now called Barky?
No, man, there's a specific dog called Barky. Do you not know about him?
No.
He loves PUBG Mobile.
Okay.
Absolute sucker for PUBG Mobile. Loves it, man.
Totally didn't know that, but hey, look, you learn something new every day as the plane path is upon us, going over from the southeast up and towards the direct north. So once again, in Erangel, 2 plane paths. We've had more eastern bases, a little bit healthier for teams that want to drop in the west, but still not as convenient.
Yeah, I mean, this is less of an extreme example, at least for Tongjiabao, where that weird drop up towards Stalber and then the swift movement over towards North George. This time, I imagine they can get up there a little bit easy. You can see them dropping out towards shooting range right now, and they'll float on down towards North George itself. And with this circle, you know, that works out nicely for them. Again, for Tongjiabao, it's one of those teams that, you know, whilst we're talking about them, they've had good performances in the past, but in these 4-day stints like this, where it's a sprint, I don't think we have time for Tongjiabao to kind of ramp up, right? We don't have that time for that to happen. So I think for them, you know, they really need to put the pedal to the metal. Oh, I'm channeling Max for a second there, but it's all good. But yeah, they need to get a move on. I think they definitely have the chops on them, Empyrean, but recently it's just not been working.
You can also get your special PMPL in-game crate right in store. Of course, after you watch the European Championships, get in game and crates and get yourself some special PMPL prizes. Can't argue with that one. And to get back to TJB, yeah, one thing that I've noticed from the first 2 games is you're just like playing too heavily split. And I'm all for playing split if it means you're grabbing information, especially in a map like Miramar. However, I noticed like, and yeah, you might think, okay, it's only phase 2. They were playing like 1-1, 1-1 split. And if they were a team that had a bit heavier of a reputation as being able to hold that 1-1, 1-1 split, I'd maybe have a bit more confidence. But yeah, it's not there with TJB at the moment. And I really think that they need to adjust to some tighter 2-2 splits in the early game, so it transfers into a cleaner mid to late game.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that, you know, at the upper levels of PUBG Mobile, we are seeing those kind of splits, and they are fairly extreme and dramatic, and it's the way of the game. But I think there comes a point where you have to almost admit to yourselves that it's not working. And that you're maybe not suited towards it. Again, I think this late in the game, though, it's going to be very hard for them to change these tactics up, and they might just have to hope for the best and just really see this one riding it out. For the time being, though, we are back on Fire Flux's POV, seeing what they're getting up to. Obviously, last game, I think that they held off a couple of teams very, very well, but all of a sudden it's Regnum just sliding in and absolutely dominating their opposition there, which was slightly unfortunate, realistically. But I do think that Fireflux have been fairly impressive so far, and it's just a case of getting that confidence back, because it has been a thing that I've noticed throughout a lot of their tournaments. It just feels like they're not as confident as the footballers I saw about a year and a half ago.
I would agree with that. However, I think that's replaced, maybe a lack of confidence is replaced by what feels like a stronger level of motivation and wanting to prove yourself. Because, and I think I could even use this with Eastern Stars. They were in that footballist roster and in that org for so long that it can be a little bit easier mentally to lose that motivation. They'd won the World League, they'd kind of hit some relevant highs, but they hadn't reclaimed that high. And when you don't reclaim that high after a certain amount of time, it's so easy to lose a level of motivation, even though you don't want to. It's just so easy to. And I think that was the case with that footballers roster. And since the players of Lutz and Solkay have found this Fireflux team, along with such experience from players like Kecth, it's given them that extra level of motivation. Okay, new team, new banner, new brand. Let's go out and prove ourselves.
I like that perspective, actually. I think that works out well, and it's a good starting point here in the championship to make that happen, right? This is a very, very good goal to try and achieve. And even if they don't come out on top here, you know, maybe that drive is reignited even more so, because it's like, oh, we come back again next time and we'll try and work our way up. Because, you know, sometimes getting the trophy without trying at all is just not very satisfying. Not to say these guys aren't trying, but then again, if you come in one day and just pick it up, it's like, oh, back to square one once again. So it could do them some good. Obviously, I'm sure they are looking for that first place prize, and we'll see if they can grab it here. But I don't think it will be the end of the world if they don't come out on top.
Penta rotating from the farm split over to the southeastern side of Pochinki Hill, might look to go to the direct south Pochinki Hill, where one of the UDR players does have lockdown, and I think that's a positive from UDR. Blank, because in the past they might have hung on to the city of Pochinki for too long, whereas I think at least sending one player outside of it to do some early scouting is a good sign.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this is something that was born from the Western Europe tournament, in which case they had a player from various teams head up towards this spot where they're currently covering and kind of peer on what they were doing down towards in Pochinki, and it became very, very difficult for them to leave after that. This time, though, I don't think they're ready for this whatsoever. You can see so many teams starting to fly in towards this spot. Everybody realizes the strength of this central position of Pochinki, especially when you have a circle that's off towards the west like this. It's a really nice position to get set up early on, and you can kind of make that quick split-second decision when it comes to that third circle. If it heads up towards Everest, you can be right there underneath in one of the clear cut compounds that are sat out that way.
One of the strengths of Regnum Carry that I've seen early on in the first couple of games, especially in that second game, is their ability to kind of recognize strong spots in towards the center of the circle and not stay absolutely quiet, but lock onto them, but then adapt as the circles shift. For example, in the Miramar game, I noticed a strong 2-2 split. They adapted that. They then timed a rotation later on in the game, absolutely bang on, which led to that chicken dinner opportunity. And you can see that they've avoided UDR killers because they know where they want to go, and I think that's always a sign of a strong team.
Yeah, it's good to be able to see what action is in front of you and decide whether you want a piece of that action either, right? You want to be able to avoid it when it's necessary, and then also be able to confront it when it's really needed. I think that's something that Gamelord does very well, and something equally that Beşiktaş does very well, just from looking at some of their gameplay previously, and also just the very brief glimpses of both these teams we've seen during this current championship. I mean, we're already into game 3. I mean, it feels like the day's flying here, and I think a lot can be said to that with the gameplay being so action-packed so far, and I think that's what's making it so damn interesting. You do have Penta now set up towards the hills on this south side. It's a good position to be in, and I mean they're fairly central at the moment. I think Penta was really struggling. If you didn't watch Western Europe, they were really struggling with this initial rotation and getting into a good spot. Much more cautious with it now, and tend to get quite far in the game just off the back of some very, very smart rotations. They don't tend to take a lot of fights, but it doesn't matter when they're putting up enough points to make it here into the championship. I do think that is something that needs to be improved on Imperium.
Phase 2 shifts up the northwest. Everest is a very strong lockable position. You have the compounds to the south of it, Gaka, and even runes if you want to spread your wings around that northeastern side of the circle.
Yeah, this could be pretty decent carrying grounds for a lot of these teams at the moment. See if they can grab any loot that's still here, like a couple of vultures. But I don't think that this is going to be too comfortable for any team that's still on this eastern side. You know, I'm looking at teams like Eastern Stars and Game Lord. You know, a lot of these positions are already going to be picked up nice and early. This is one of the few places on a lot of these maps of PUBG Mobile where it's just one of those spots where you can just hunker down nice and early in the game. We don't really have to move too many places. You know, you've got those nice compounds down towards the south of Everest, like you were talking about before, and also just that kind of staging down from Everest, where you almost have the steps that come down in terms of like the terrain, where you can just hide under each one carry potter and see what you can get done from there.
Shots coming out from Beşiktaş, or sorry, you gave out to me. It's Beşiktaş. There you go. Hope you know I'm trying to get it right for you. Like, don't want to annoy you too much. Get on your bad side.
It's just my northern nature. To be honest with you, you can say it how you like. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't think I can pronounce anything from being from the north. I mean, James is kind of honorary Northman, but you know he's left at this point. It doesn't really count.
Are you saying he doesn't count as a northerner or as a person?
God, if you asked me earlier when he said something about my hair, maybe I'd say the latter. But no, he just doesn't count as a Northman anymore, unfortunately. Even though he knows more about the Three Peaks than me.
he's lost his northerner
He's lost his
passport.
citizenship card. Yeah, he needs to come back and go on the prowl with me.
TJV on the prowl up on the north side. I like the fact that it seems initially they've corrected that kind of heavy split adjustment. They still have the north of the river occupied, and I like to see them maybe send one player down to the south. It doesn't need to be too far, but again, that preparation for phase 3 is always quite important. A lot of teams locked down in the center, and to be fair, Blank, yeah, the action's been somewhat heavy across the 2 games. We've yet to lose a player in this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about before Imperium. I mean, I think we've hit the nail on the head almost. This is a place where you just want to hunker down. And I think it's that phase 3 where things start to get a little bit more difficult, especially with, you know, the fielded area down towards Quarry, as well as just the fields off towards the western side of Everest. You can't stay up there forever either. It's phase 3, phase 4, where just a lot of this landmass becomes so constricted, right? You start to get squeezed into areas you might not want to go into, and that's when you're going to see those fights break out. Less because teams are going to be pushing into one another, but because they're being pushed into one another out of no sense of their own, to be honest with you. But this is a very interesting circle that heads up towards the northern side.
It's going to be very tough for the teams that are down in the south. I'm looking at Wildcats, S2G, I think even Surreal in the mix, along with Penta. How they're going to breach and enter into this Southside Red Silver and even one knock is going to be quite tricky. They can leave it a little bit late and hope that there's a bit of space in front of them, but that in itself poses its own risks. Getso going for a little bit of a wider rotation over on towards the southwest side. They will meet up with S2G, but so far, no casualties.
Going well at the moment. I think this is kind of what makes these championship caliber teams, the fact that, you know, making their way through these very crowded areas, you need to do a lot of research beforehand. You know exactly where you can move through, where the terrain is, you know, almost valuable to yourself, where you can kind of cut off some line of sight towards your position and be able to get into a decent spot nicely on. Getso there, dropping the vehicles into some guarded spots, making sure the vehicles don't get shot out as they're moving to a new spot later in the game, because they are right on this western edge, just underneath and off to the side of the field. It's a little bit awkward, but it'll do for the time being. fastPay Wildcats, though, they're quickly moving up to this spot, and between them sits S2G and Getso. So this is going to be one of the spots where it's very, very difficult. Although from the past 2 games, we have seen fastPay Wildcats to be quite the slippery team themselves, making their way through some scenarios that they really shouldn't have done.
Yeah, it seemed like they were kind of like a cat with 9 lives that seemed to just survive what was in front of them, and like you said, slip around without really being caught off guard. And let's see if they can make that happen coming into the end of this phase 3. Like I said, if you're kind of down south, Beg for mercy, gets a lovely headshot along with the help of his teammates to get a knock onto at least 2 of the Game Lord players. Like I was saying, you know, if you waited until a little bit later into the circle to move in from the south, it could potentially be open, and that has been the case because of the rotations from Getso and fastPay Wildcats. The Chopsticks area is now free for the likes of Surreal and potentially Penta to rotate to if they have that information.
Next team, Game Lord, very close to one another. Not quite restabilized as of yet for Game Lord, and they're trying to get into some better spots. Now Valo still heading on the heels. Robs heads out the distance. Robs is still close by though, but Victor hits a nice shot onto Jahi.
Like that aggression that came out from X team, the opportunistic play off the back of a double knock. It was from a distance, and that's why the revives have come through in time, and Arvello's going to make them pay even more. Gets another knock onto one of the X team players. Syax is now most likely going to lose his life because X team realized that they took a fight with the devil, and the devil showed their horns, and Game Lord are going to make them pay for the elimination against X team. Good opportunity, unfortunately, just didn't work out. Maybe they might look for a little bit of revenge. Narvello is exposed.
Yeah, you got to love the start of that fight, though. I mean, that's the cool thing from Game Lord, is they can make some bad situations into good ones for themselves. I mean, Narvello not quite being able to immediately get out of there, he had to slap on the first aid kit, but he sits around it and waits by, and the rest of the team makes a massive amount of noise moving down. Goodness me, it's all popping off down towards this western side, though. Sorry, I need to just quickly reassess the scenario because it's Surreal who moves into fastPay Wildcats, and they quickly set up the barricade.
They all had the same idea, look to go for a wide flank on that southwestern edge, and when you have 2 or 3 teams looking to do that, you are going to see teams clash on up. UDR pushing down, try and take and fight against Penta down the hill. It's a little bit tricky, but they make those smoke walls count for the time being. Looking at the replay of what UDR did initially to one of the Penta players and make that door open up. Now they've got to shut that door in their favor and wipe out the players of Penta. Only one building inside this fight, and Penta lose Manu. Now just Muzzy and DeWas left alive. Another knock against DeWas and UDR. They are just pushing in aggressively. Yes, one of their players gets knocked, but this is a team fight win if I've ever seen one. The run over comes through and Penta are down.
I do not think that that was intentional at all. I think that we did see Muzi try and get out the window, and he thought he got away with it as well, and then out of the smoke he sees 2 headlights, and then quickly after he sees the clouds of heaven. Unfortunate stuff there coming through from Muzi. But now we're looking back over towards S2G. Getso currently sharing compound with TJB, but not for long, as they do get quickly evicted. As for Rent, and they didn't have it.
This compound, I'm really surprised wasn't even occupied in phase 2 when I highlighted the compound down the south of Everest. And Getso got there first, and they've made it count massively. TJB a little bit slow off the mark. One elimination in favor of Getso, but I know they've pushed back the likes of fastPay Wildcats earlier on in the game. They don't really want to push. They just want to protect, defend, and wait for TJB to come to them.
Do you know what one of the most incredible things here is, though, Imperium, is the fact that we still have 4 Romanian men in the game. Now, usually in Western Europe, if we got a Gatka finish, which is where they start, by the way, 4 Romanian men would just crumble, honestly.
Yes.
But at the moment, they're really holding their own, being very cautious down towards the central position, taking up a good spot. And they kind of have all eyes out down towards the south, the north, the west, and the east. Keep themselves and any team around the map bay. Love to see it.
We lost next Ria. They took a fight against Beşiktaş on that eastern edge, and they ended up losing it. TJB, Lang Z now the solo player left alive as S2G get the elimination point against Getso and steal that one away. You'll take it. fastPay Wildcats go down. We are left with 13 teams, 40 players alive. The next circle pops up and it goes heavily over to the east flank.
Yeah, a massive push over this way. Honestly, for Game Lord, they're kind of kicking themselves. They lost so many players early. Down to just 2 now, and they lose another in Victor, I believe it was. 2 shots coming through from Beşiktaş. Honestly, both these teams taking very, very similar rotational paths on this eastern side, so they're always going to be in contention. Clear Vision also up towards the northern side. Game Lord obviously having that little bit of a fight with X Team has slowed them down massively and allowed Beşiktaş to get into position. X Team in front of them now, so now Beşiktaş are up to the task.
Lovely replay of a beautiful nade in the direction of fastPay Wildcats. I saw them get eliminated. Beşiktaş still in the fight against X Team. X Team surviving, but not so much striving as they're down to just 1 player. Luckily, they're close to the edge of the circle / even barely inside as Beg for Mercy is the last player alive. One thing to note about this circle blank is it's extremely volatile because of how open it is in the field. There's very little hard cover, and you're just hoping on a wing and a prayer that if you make it in, you're able to survive. As X Team will not survive, they are down and out. We switch on over to the fight between 4 Romanian Men and Getso. The push is coming in, and this is going to be a big test for 4 Romanian Men.
Yeah, massive one. Dewey starts to fight out strong though. Rana looking for a little bit more here. Can't quite find it. And Sarah's going to have to apply the first aid kit. Fumbling for it in the bags at the moment. But it's Dewey who's doing a lot of the work. But the fire's behind him here.
And now in comes a counter push from 4 Romanian Men. They got a couple of knocks. It's Snoz left on his own. And in comes a push through. He's down to a sliver of health. He's able to get 1 knock. But that's going to be Getso. Dunzo as 4 Romanian Men defend their compound, defend the push, and valiantly will recover as a full squad.
Yeah, you've got to take your hats off to 4 Romanian Men there. I mean, this has been a place where they've struggled for so long, and finally they're able to take a decent fight. And a lot of that's off the back of Do there, doing a very, very good job for them. Now it's Flux coming up against Game Lord and Victor out in the open. Solkay quickly takes him down, and I believe the Game Lord had just been up against the fence for the entire time whilst playing on this northeast edge, so it was just a matter of time before they started to tire. Beşiktaş, though, I believe they're down to 3 players. And it's Flux with a player down towards the center in Kecth here, which could prove very, very useful if the guys from Flux do want to move forward, but currently just tossing those nades over the top.
Flux have easily been the most proactive, aggressive team inside the lobby so far, but they're going to meet their match in the form of Beşiktaş as a nade connects on the Solkay, gets a knock. Kecth was knocked in the center of the circle as well, so that leaves them down to just a solo in the form of Solkay. Throws out a counter nade. Smoke comes through trying to get into the vehicle, but he's not going to survive for long. Beşiktaş get the squad wipe, and we're left with 4 teams.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And I mean, playing in the ditch there was only a matter of time. In the meantime, though, ATHIS with some unbelievable grenades down towards S2G, finally cleared up by 1 player from Regnum. So honestly, like almost a 1v4 there from ATHIS on his own with a couple of nades. Very, very good stuff. But this will see Eastern Stars in contention for at least a 4th place here, which is good stuff. And that's where Eastern Stars want to be, just on the map, right? Just on the map, on the leaderboards. It's the best thing you can hope for. Now 4 Romanian Men just swinging in V formation into this northwest side of the map. And they're going to try and start to dominate the fields, but it's Peace who's looking out there with some beautiful shots. Will take down 1, but quickly hits the deck. The reaction speeds on this guy.
It's incredible. The reaction speeds that these players are going to show up. The spectating doesn't really do it justice, right? When you see kind of the player POVs when they post videos, it's incredible how quick they are to move, react, shoot, and of course dodge the bullets of their opponents. 4 Romanian Men, like wings of an eagle, played it through into the northwestern edge of the circle, and they take control. And once again, Regnum Carrier getting into the late game off the back of an early strong rotation, and they're still left up with a full squad blank.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite things from any PUBG Mobile team. Is just you come off the back of a good win, and from there your team is just ignited in terms of just passion for the game and fervor to get towards the end. It's really, really nice to see. Redox, though, takes a tumble to the floor and will be picked up eventually. It is Peace who's currently slowly but surely whittling down the guys from Regnum at the moment.
I don't think the winner of this game is really heavily secure, because often when you shoot first, you get knocked first, right? Because you make that amount of noise, you alert the other players around you. Yeah, okay, ATHIS is the solo for Eastern Stars is, I think, a variable that could punish a couple of other teams. But as I just say that, the caster curse comes through and Eastern Stars finish up in 4th place. 3 teams left.
So far, Peace has been doing a lot of heavy lifting for the guys on Beşiktaş. From that game 1 where basically the 1v4 almost makes it happen versus Game Lord, and now he's just taking fights between everyone. I do like the fact that he is continuing to check his back here, making sure there's no players behind him. This is one of the worst things that can happen to you in a game like this, where you've got a good setup, you get flanked.
Out in the open, there's not much REDOXbot can do as for Romanian Men. Use the smokes, use the hard cover, use the hay bales to just peek on the side and get the elimination. Slow REDOXbot down. However, they might not be watching their sides as strongly as Peace is, as Enjoy 7 is wrapping around that northern edge of the circle. It does center up in front of 4 Romanian Men, so they don't have to move at least from their position.
Look, see, moving forward some nades for Romanian Men. You can see they're dropping into the vehicles a few times. They're just trying to get some aerial advantage. See if they can peek out any players that are moving through the field. It does become a lot easier, especially when you start to see these players jumping towards the end of the match to try and spot our player in the grass, in the fields themselves. Enjoy off the distance, just feeding that information back towards Peace. Still, it's going to be very difficult. When you've got a 4-man team like this with 4 Romanian Men, it's so difficult to lose this game here for them. And it will be a huge disappointment from myself, to be honest with you. If we do see 4 Romanian Men go down, that's a nice shot over towards Enjoy. Leaves us just with Peace remaining for Beşiktaş.
REDOXbot and making our way towards the crate that's just dropped beside them, and that's not only going to give them that little bit of hard cover, of course it's going to give them that all-important level 3 utility in the form of a vest and a helmet. Will it be a little bit too easy to shoot? It seems to be the case as Loxy goes down. Tron is left on his own, and this certainly looks very closely like a 4 Romanian Men chicken dinner. 6 eliminations, full squad up. It is essentially 4v1v1. Peace has made a lot of noise. He's done a lot of damage, but now it's his time to stay silent and hope that he can secure his team a 2nd place.
A 2nd place would be absolutely fine here in the first day. I mean, you've already done some massive work with another 2nd place over towards our angle. It's just putting up those consistent points on that first day. If you can get ahead in any way at all, it's just building on that point score, right? And just creating yourself a strong foundation that first day to follow through over towards that final day that you come through. It's just all about that push then. See how far you can absolutely take it. 4 Romanian Men, though, just shooting out off into the fields themselves. They know they control so much space on this side. And the bullets are going to hit something eventually, just like that, where Peace does go down, unfortunately taking the 3rd place spot.
REDOXbot did get the revive. So it is a little bit of a 2v4, and we've seen REDOXbot pull off that body disadvantage chicken dinner in the previous game against UDR Killers. Will they make it happen again? Tron knocks down Do. It's now technically a 2v3. Prone down in the hay bales. The open field in the finish of our angle in the 3rd game of the European Championships. Rana has the hard cover of the hay bale. The knock comes on to 1. It comes on to the 2nd. And 4 Romanian Men take the 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
And there's only so much you can do in those final moments, Imperium, especially where you're taking shots at everyone. Eventually, you're going to see the muzzle flash, and you can feed that information back to the rest of your team. And a 2v4, it is just rough, to be honest with you. And I think for 4 Romanian Men, though, this is a huge achievement to transfer the Gatka start into a Gatka finish. You know, this is unheard of from 4 Romanian Men.
It was very resilient. It was very team work focused. They didn't separate too far outside of the initial looting phase. As soon as they found that compound to the south of Everest, they stuck onto it and they Getso pushed all up. I think Getso made a slight mistake of maybe not grabbing a knock with utility to begin with. However, I respect that push. It was a great defense, like you said, highlighted by Do. And they just made it work from there. They pushed in, they controlled that northwest edge, grabbed themselves the win.
I still think that fight was somewhat sloppy, and I think you highlighted it massively there, Imperial. It's just that DEW was able to put up a very, very good performance from inside the compound to provide some really, really good support from outside that fight. Again, though, I think that they took that chance. They were like, right, we can't mess this up now because this is probably the best we're ever going to be seated here in Gatka. And we've got to transfer, we've got to translate this into a win. And for Romanian Men, I just imagine they're going to be happy with that result overall.
Host the first Western Europe chicken dinner in the European Championships. It's happened earlier than maybe some people expected, so that certainly puts a smile on my face. Let's go for a break, then back to the desk.
Welcome back, everyone, as we do have finally EU striking back, getting themselves a chicken dinner with 4 Romanian men. Looking fantastic there. To be fair, as we were discussing it while watching the match, didn't have to do too much, didn't have to move too much most of the game as they're up towards Gatka, and they get themselves, either way, a chicken dinner. So that's a big points here coming in for that team, but obviously we saw a lot of it get some points as well. Beşiktaş was the highest point scoring team. However, between us 3 Kalaris, you did win. So you know what? I think you deserve 1,000 points.
Thank you. 1,000, maybe 1,001 points, so I can make a noise.
No, you're pushing it now. You're pushing it now.
Oh, sorry. But they did do well for themselves, and this obviously, I mean, 2 games of Erangel is a small sample size, but they've done well on 2 games of Erangel, which I'm pleasantly surprised, not pleasantly surprised, I'm just happy to see here. For Beşiktaş, we expected kind of the Turkish teams here, Max, to come out swinging on Erangel, and Regnum and Beşiktaş have been doing well so far.
Yeah, and for Romanian Men, actually talking about the Western European team, actually get himself a win here. Even though a lot of people will be looking at this, and also Imperial mentioned at the end of that game, like they drop inside that position in Gatka and the circle went their position, like it was literally given to them on a silver platter. But if I want to give them props on one thing, is they had a really, really good fight versus Getso, which, by the way, is not an easy team to take down from the Turkish side. So they were able to get that fight, defend their position, and remain as a 4-man squad. Not an easy fight they took, and they came out on top. Good to see.
Well, Fireflux up there yet again. Regnum as well, getting some good points off the back of their victory here in match 2. So we're starting to see, honestly, Turkey looking pretty damn solid. And to be fair, I think we kind of expected that. And going on to the second page, we can see, you know, quite a few of the Western European teams. We got Penta, TJB, Clear Vision, X Team, Game Mode in there. But again, it's just the first day. Like, we're not expecting some team to go, you know, ahead by over 100 points like we saw Game Lord do. But out of some teams, TJB in particular, and even Clear Vision, I think we're all expecting a little bit more out of them.
Yeah, a bit of a scarier trend, I suppose, for TJB at the start of this tournament. Obviously, with the 3 games not having too much to their name. Clear Vision, I liked what they were doing in the first game of Erangel, taking underneath the bridge. Sometimes it can be hard to transition off, but at least when you go underneath there on a circle like that, you're kind of guaranteeing yourself kind of a bit of a top finish, even though it might not be a winning finish. You're guaranteeing yourself quite a few points. So I think we'll see the bounce back from HAMODY and the boys.
Yeah, I actually want to jump up on that TJB topic you brought up there, because when we look at the start of the PMPL Western Europe, right, we talked about how they weren't consistent because Lengex and Langzi were still adapting to the team and the professional environment, which is the PMPL. That was their first like big professional tournament. But I felt like they would start off a little bit better here because they built that synergy, and it's a little bit of a rough start. So hopefully they can get back on track soon.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, they have Sandhawk coming up next.
Uh-oh.
So we should see TJB getting some points. In the meantime, let's take a closer look at 4 Romanian men. We can see here Redox with some earlier on in our leaders in match 2. But we see him yet again when it comes to damage. 757 coming out of him, 2 eliminations. My eyes, though, still looking towards like Rana, for instance. We saw him be such a solid player within the last year or two, and also able to put home 505 damage with the 3 elims.
It was a solid hold, right, for this team, given this game and given the compound that they had. We were talking about it. The only way they were going to get dislodged, I feel, from this compound is if multiple teams on that west flank had hit that compound at the same time, because otherwise you're kind of handing for Romanian Men this on a silver platter. And even then, when you get to the field scenarios, they're using the kind of the vision you can garner from like cars getting in and using that third person kind of perspective to know where people are in the field. So all of the components are right for them in this game. Just they weren't really challenged that much, I feel, in this game.
Actually, that breach was happening was actually used by a few teams in particular. I think it was S2G and Flux. Like, sure, they did not all bang onto that one compound breach that was happening. They're like, they're fighting, they're busy, they can't defend the edge. Let's just wrap around and get in position, which they got some decent amount of success from. So there's 2 ways around it, and they just decided to avoid the fight, which is completely valid, and I can't hate on that.
Well, Clarus, you were mentioning the word challenge earlier, and I want to issue a challenge to Max Men here. I want to see your best impersonation of Unleashing the Beast, because Monster Energy is our official energy drink partner here at PMPL EU Champs.
Okay, so you got to imagine I'm gonna crack my shirt open. Yeah! There you go. That's it.
You know what? That was all right.
I committed. Okay.
Yeah, he did.
I think Clarus is going to give you one of his 1,000 points that he just got in the last game.
I think it's like the monster scent is still lingering since I tipped everything on the floor. Like, it's still there.
Maybe you didn't get the full 80% of it. Maybe there's still a percent or 2. Just hope not see you on the floor trying to find it. Let's talk about what you guys at home are hopefully watching, and obviously sending in some messages to us, some tweets with hashtag PMPL EU Champ to see how you're watching the event. Maybe you have a monster of yourself that you're able to take a picture of while you're watching. You're drinking that on your side, maybe, well, hopefully not out of a chocolate fountain, because as we did see, it does not work. Let's get our predictions in yet again. We're going into our 4th match of the day, which does mean it's what team will take the chicken dinner. Now, if this question was what team will get 2nd place, I feel like all 3 of us would get a point, because we'd all be picking TJB. Right. When it comes to the chicken dinner, for me, Fireflux have just been looking good, so I'm just gonna give it to them.
Okay, I'm going to go with the side of Beşiktaş, because you're going to have a hot drop normally, maybe happening in bootcamp versus Penta, and I said they're going to go for the trifecta and have a really good rotation, so Beşiktaş is my pick.
For me, ultimately, Sanhok depends on which circle the island is going to be focusing on, but the circle's going to be focusing on. But I've got to go with Nextruya. I think that their split across Quarry and north of Quarry, I think is a great place to be able to rotate from.
Nextruya, not fastPay Wildcats, right?
Not them.
Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure there. All right, we got our predictions in. Remember, we're going to have a punishment towards the end of the show, so make sure you guys stick around until then. But for now, we have to head over to our commentators as we jump into our first Sanhok here of the event.
We're going on over to the jungle this time around. Imperium, it's going to get hot, it's going to get humid, and it's one of the rare Sanhoks that we're going to be seeing sat atop the pyramid, the 1, 2, 3, the only single map of Sanhok that we see per day. It's going to be good.
I like the fact that there's only one Sanhok. However, there is still a big opportunity to get those points to help your team to hopefully get into the top spot. So it's still a very important game.
Absolutely, and if you want to have your say about the things that you're seeing, about what you like or dislike about the broadcast, make sure you head over to the survey to check that one out. You can have an impact on just how the PMPL goes in the future. Please take part in viewer survey. It is important for us to hear from you to get better. The link is in the pinned YouTube comments, so make sure you go and check that there.
Could even have a say on what color Blank's hair should be in the next PMPL.
Ooh, that could be interesting. Maybe that's something we can look into. You know, maybe I'll go and suggest that on the form.
One team that I'm surprised that the desk didn't pick for the chicken dinner is Flux, because out of the teams in the lobby so far, I really think that they've been the most aggressive and most consistently aggressive. Yes, they're not the highest elimination point team so far. That goes to Regnum Caria. However, the majority of those eliminations came for that one chicken dinner in Miramar, whereas in the first 3 games alone, Fireflux have gotten themselves 10 eliminations in game 1, 6 eliminations in game 2, and 6 eliminations in game 3. So that kind of leads me to believe that in a map like Sanhok, where it's obviously a lot closer, where generally a more aggressive team that's able to take fights early and win fights early will be more successful. It's the kind of map that Fireflux can really lock on and grab a chicken dinner with.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, Jason, I believe Jason predicted Fireflux for this chicken dinner. We're on map 4, right? Or am I imagining things? I think we are on map 4.
I could have sworn he picked a different team, so maybe
he did. Maybe he's changed it on us last minute, and he's done the old switcheroo. I have to inquire, have a referee's inquiry about that one. It's very important that we get these predictions right. But yeah, on the sheet that I'm seeing, it's the Fireflux prediction from Jason.
Jason has bigger brains than I thought then.
Perhaps, but you know what? I can forgive you for that. It's fairly reasonable to underestimate Jason's brains.
I really want to throw a couple like that out there, but I was like, no, I'll be nice, and then you had to do it for me. So thank you, John. Thank you. Obviously, there's a little bit of a delay before the match starts. I think there's a little bit of a rehost, so we'll look to obviously get that sorted as quickly as possible. I have been impressed by the European team so far. Yes, TJB. Look, I think Blank brought up a great point that in these shorter format tournaments where you really don't have the time to adapt, to do your research, to, practice things, you need to kind of start strong to end strong. It's been a struggle for them, but between moments from Clear Vision, moments from Penta despite it not working out, and of course Game Lord and even ATHIS in that last game, I feel like Europe has showed up pretty strong so far.
Yeah, they've been doing bits, as they say. I hear that's what they say anyway. But yeah, no, they've been a presence there as well, and especially on Erangel, a map where Turkey is purportedly very, very strong, right? It's sort of what they're looking to try and dominate. Yeah. To have that Western Europe representation there is great. Although for Romanian Men's position, very, very strong in that specific circle, they did manage to leverage that to be able to come on down. But we're heading into game number 4 into Sanhok. Of course, if you're tuning in, you are contributing towards this peak concurrent users milestone that we're going to be trying to achieve during the PMPL European Championship, and you can get some free rewards at 30,000 concurrent users. It'll be the Crimson Swordsman set. 50,000 the PMPL activity crate. You get 2 of those at 50,000, in fact, and 80,000 users. It'll be the PMPL 2022 Spring T-shirt, which is a permanent cosmetic that you'll unlock for your account.
Playing path, although it's not really that important in Sanhok, it is very heavily split down the middle, so will allow these teams, of course, to get where they want to go pretty easily. Lots of teams heading towards that Northwest Island compared to especially what we saw in PMPL Western Europe. It is a lot more heavily occupied. Penta switched away from their previous drop spot and they've gone more towards that western side of that Northwest Island. Similar with Eastern Stars, however, some splits coming through that I don't really disagree with, considering it's the first Sanhok game of the tournament. If you're going to drop somewhere different, I would argue that it's much more advisable to drop together or a max a 2-2 split, because you just don't know, especially in Sanhok, what's going to be close by to you or who is going to be close by to you.
Penta scoping out the competition close by to Eastern Stars. This is on the northwestern island. Penta spread over the mountain right now. Eastern Stars similarly so, but a little bit further on the outskirts of the island. Circle will take us eastwards as well. So everybody's going to have to leave from this area, from this position, head a little bit more central.
Where? Oh yeah, UDR killers are down by docks. Previously, they would go to Loquai/Kampong. That's been taken away by Fireflux, and I understand why UDR don't want to try and challenge them for it. They are a little bit familiar by that docks cave area, as they have positioned there in the past, but an early fight going on now between Eastern Stars and Penta.
Octavian playing the rock, playing for more as well, taking a lot of damage back to the wall, has the tempo to get all the way around it. Yes, he does have some cover now and playing around the skirts of it, has backup from the ridgeline across the way. Eastern Stars are able to strike. ATHIS suppresses Muzi, and with holes going down, ATHIS finds Muzi for that knock in the end. Octavian stays alive. Excellent response from Eastern Stars.
It wasn't ideal how they split drop, but I gotta say, fantastic recovery. And Penta, which were much more together, and they pay a bigger price. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that more than Penta threw big time.
Didn't quite have the momentum there to take that fight around the edge. And ATHIS was able to cap it off nicely for Eastern Stars with that ridgeline position, leaving Penta down to 2 on that northwestern island. That's going to make the crossing a lot harder for them, and it's likely they're going to have to make that in the near future.
Yeah, we haven't even really talked too much about that phase 1. There isn't really much to highlight about it, right? It's heavily on the east, dominates the mainland. There's a tickle of the southwest island in play and a tickle of the northwest island in play. So bar a ridiculous shift between phase 2 and phase 3 should be that mainland finish. The key areas that you want to be aware of in this phase 1 as early as it is that quarry region, having a key spot locked down if you are going to go near that area. Don't be too heavily split. And down south of Paradise Resort, S2G are in Paradise looting up at the moment. All you have to do is just sprinkle their way down south and they'll be in a fantastic position.
REDOXbot, they've been doing pretty well so far today. They've had a pretty decent impact, I'd say, on the lobby, making themselves known. First place right now on the tables. Beşiktaş 9 points behind, so a fairly close field right now, but certainly a great start to things for REDOXbot. Close to clear vision. This is out to the west side of Quarry, as clear vision have the compounds south of Bootcamp.
REDOXbot are probably the roster that I know least about coming into this European Championship, and it certainly makes sense because they are a really young team. Wild and VINDEX are pretty young, but they have a lot of experience together, and they're really good friends in real life, and they challenge each other a lot. However, they have a fantastic amount of experience in Tron, formerly of Supermassive Blaze, that played the PMGC. According to the Turkish talent that we talked to, they also have no real egos on the team. That's certainly showing up inside the European Championship so far.
Ooh, clear vision taking on Beşiktaş on the hell. Zessy, the hell? The hill. Certainly looking like a little bit of hell there for Beşiktaş. SonHP trying to play front stopper there. Pops a nade in and back to the rock. This is a res play if I've ever seen one, but Peace on the sidelines getting peppered as well. Clear vision. They are doing a lot of work here. They are leveraging this position fairly significantly and fairly effectively.
I appreciate this from Clear Vision. They went for a trifecta split drop, and they could have hung on to that trifecta area, possibly camping out for Romanian Men, maybe Penta, even Eastern Stars. But it feels like they want to go for a more practice spot down on the bootcamp hill, and it seems like they caught Beşiktaş off guard initially. The revive has come through, so the push isn't really being able to follow it up for the time being to really lay down the law onto Beşiktaş. However, they sent the message, and Zessy sends one in return.
ALKING sat back there. Enjoy spots HAMODY, and all of a sudden, clear vision. The jig is up. They'll have to eke out where they can with Beşiktaş back up to 4 standing. It's going to be harder. SAMO, he gets rolled up on, and there's the DBS. The good old gadunk, able to take care of SAMO. And with ArHaPY off in the sidelines, it's going to be difficult to pick this one back up. Clear vision, a part of the seams.
Well, it's more than a coincidence that you said hell, because you play with fire and you are going to get burned, John, and that's exactly what happened to Clear Vision. Just ArHaPY, last player standing, and for this engagement to be turned around so aggressively by Beşiktaş, it shows that they're not willing to let go of something, and they're not willing to fall back as easily as Clear Vision might have made teams fall back in PMPL Western Europe. So it seems like a good bit of auto review might be required by Clear Vision coming into tomorrow for the most part. That's going to be the end of them. The phase 2 is closing, or the phase 1 is closing and getting in close to phase number 2. And I believe that was X Team wiped out by UDR Killers. UDR Killers being able to catch within reason X Team off guard coming from those docks cave area.
Feel like he knows exactly where Victor is. He's just waiting for it to run out. Or maybe they are just scoping it out, but I have to wait and see what the movements are like for the Wildcats and Game Lord. On the northern side here, Game Lord on the east coast have probably the better end of the deal right now. So that crossing will have to be made in the near future for the fastPay Wildcats. Getso, they're much more central. They are really, really central, in fact, on a nice little junction compound that they've managed to afford themselves next to Ruya. Further up the way.
I still prefer to see Getso have one player a little bit more up north to prepare for any potential rotation from S2G, right? Yeah, okay, it's a junction compound. It's a strong position to be in phase 1. However, it's low down across a number of hills. So if they have S2G to the north, possibly Surreal to the west, even Xray to the south, grab around them, Getso are going to be locked in their spot, and they're absolutely relying on the circle staying in this compound as phase 2 does surprisingly shift over to the east side of the map.
Keeps on going, puts Quarry at the south end of this, forcing those teams on the south to make that decision, that west or east split. But there's only about 3 or 4 teams that's really going to impact, and everyone else is ahead of the game, all going to be moving north. Depending on, of course, if the Eastern Stars go for a wide swing or a rotation. We'll have to wait and see if that comes through, because they are still on that northwestern island, behind in the queue.
EJB, over and around the edge of the blue zone, still in that southwest island. You can see Game Lord, they know the Wildcat players are coming. They know they're coming from hatting. I just wonder if they're cutting off their nose to spite their tail. Is it really worth them bridge camping? And even then, they're only bridge camping Wildcats as a 3-person team. Akashi is still looting up cow. And I feel like if you're going to bridge camp like this, it needs to be done as a full squad, because you really want to take advantage of the suppression that you're putting onto your opponents.
Trazen knows there's a player behind that stanchion, but that swim away might just save the life of a cat there. And Trazen scanning that horizon. They really don't want to let this one through. There's a couple of the fastPay Wildcats. They certainly are going to have to be fast there, going across the bridge, but they break down south. I think they might know that someone's on the other side waiting for them. Flux, a team that you and Jason both seem to have pinpointed as a team that could prove to be quite a force here on Sanhok. They're playing on the southeastern side right now.
Random Carrier went for the rotation from the western compound of Quarry over to the northeast. A bold rotation, I might add. Yeah, okay, they went through the high ground on that northwest side, so they were able to at least scout on up. So very proactive movement coming out, and not really blind rotation from Random Carrier. It will put them in between Fireflux and Xray, with the side of UDR Killers to the south of Fireflux. So a little bit of a cluster coming through down on the south side of this phase number 2. Lots more space on the north as Game Lord, despite them trying to slow down, wait out for Wildcats, they will have a good chunk of that northeastern side to rotate into.
UDR Killers on that south side. Second to last in the queue on that southeast side of Quarry. TJB going to be the team bringing up the rear. TJB, this is a team that will heal in the blue for as long as they need, or they certainly have done in the past. The question is, are they going to try and implement that strategy here again? Are they going to try and bring that to the EU games? Or are they going to leave that one in the dust back in the Western European tournament? But by the looks of things, they're playing a little bit close to the edge right now, maybe biding their time and waiting to stick out in that blue for a little bit later.
I'd certainly recommend that they pull off a heel start in the SonHP game, not only to hopefully rebuild a level of confidence in the team, but put some solid points on the board. So far, in the first 3 games, TJB have scored 0, 1, and 1. That's not a PMPL Western Europe Championship winning team's result, right?
That's
so
bad.
they haven't, yeah, it's bad. So they have this opportunity to pull off a heel start. And like I said, put some solid points on the board as the next circle does shift back over to the west. And hey, look, I may not have advised Getso to stay locked down in that compound, and it does within reason rely on the circle shifting in their direction. And it certainly has. They are dead center.
They really are. They have got a stellar spot right in the middle of this next circle. Teams have started to maneuver around it. You saw TJB there starting to swing out around the south, disengaging from the queue they were involved in, moving over towards the 4 Romanian Men approach, which is coming in just south of boot camp right now. And Regnum Kaya, they're right at the tip of the quarry, locking a couple of teams into this fight. UDR Killers and Fireflux, both on the hills to the south of them.
Beşiktaş could be a little bit screwed. They've gone for a 2-2 split, and even though it's not the worst split to have with how the circle is shifted, gathering back up as a full squad is incredibly risky unless you have those vehicles to make it work. So I worry about them as they penta close by, and Fireflux take some shots towards UDR.
That's uncharacteristically missing that spray there onto a fairly slow target, actually getting backed off by Pocus as well. UDR Killers rally around their position and will start to squeak up the edge of Quarry, but right into the waiting arms of Regnum Kaya. They stop them dead with an elimination over onto the UDR Killers front.
This is what I love about Regnum Kaya. They're hovering that balance between rotating into solid positions, but not moving unless they really feel they have to. And this was a position that they really didn't have to in the previous circle, and they're taking full advantage of it as a domino effect comes through, and the UDR whittle down to 3 players. At least they still 3 players strong. They're still not far away from the circle for the most part in terms of having 2 players in, 1 player out. they're just a little bit under pressure by 2 Turkish teams.
This might afford Fireflux the opportunity to skirt around the side of this fight, get ahead of the game, and maybe move in towards the western ends of Barn in the future. And you can see they look like they want to grab a couple of vehicles and get that done. Regrouping towards that front might prove to be invaluable in the coming circles.
TJB went for rotation between the last shift and this shift of being on the southeastern side back over to the southwestern side. So it certainly does seem like they're hovering towards that heel strat. They are going to come very close to 4 Romanian Men who are camping them on the edge of the circle. You can see the shots going out in the direction of TJB. Will have a player knocked. Game Lord coming in from the north of Paradise Resort. Very solid spot to come in from, but disengaging away is going to be quite tricky. However, this next shift up north is very beneficial for Game Lord.
I'm looking at Beşiktaş as well and thinking this is the time they regroup. Yeah, look at that. Straight into the vehicles. They're going to be playing for that center, trying to leverage the position they've been holding down for a while now. Next Xray, spotting out this rotation for Fireflux, who did in fact try and get ahead of this queue. Unfortunately, there was a bouncer and the velvet rope does not part for them. Soulless down. Solkay eliminated already. Fireflux, 2 active players as Frozen has the purview here. Up the top. Next Xray, looking to control Fireflux here. And you have to remember there's the imminent threat of the players from the south still encroaching onto this fight. You've got Regnum Kaya, current tournament lead, in that spot behind them, who will play third party to this fight given the opportunity.
Such a weird rotation from Fireflux. If you're going to make that kind of direct push, yeah, I get it. I get doing at the start of the circle, however, start of the circle shift. However, the direction that they went was so like direct that there was a really high chance they were going to lose at least 1 player, and that's been the case against next Xray. Plus, they went across the road on the side of the road that they hadn't really been able to in any way scout out up until that point. So very weird from Fireflux. they're starting to pay the price. Of course, teams are clustering so much closer to each other. John, we're still 14 teams, 51 players in. Eastern Stars have that Northwestern side to themselves. S2G are getting pushed by Game Lord.
On the northern side, things are heating up. Akashi spots the cross, but Rip7 squeaks out of it. Unfortunately, the second round not going to go well. Akashi rings the bell, and Rip7 takes the knee. Will be going down. Tau thrown in. Game Lord surviving on this northern side, but Beşiktaş holding out still in this central position. A stronghold to be assaulted onto, but it's just so difficult with the high ground they have.
S2G made a couple of fundamental mistakes. They moved out of Paradise Resort far too early and they went far too deep, not holding on to the fact that they could have teams coming in from behind, such as Game Lord, and they let the space be open and take control by Game Lord. Good job as UDR trying to survive in the blue. Nano Baby is last player standing. He has 18 first aids, so at least one team guaranteed to pull off a heal strat.
Eastern Stars spotted a player in the middle and actually takes Beşiktaş's number down to 3. In the meantime, Rekna and Kaya stuck behind that queue after Fireflux sent in early. Will get eliminated as well. TJB, 4 players still going on that southwestern side. Now's where the heal strat starts to pay dividends as the points rack up for placements.
Lutz gets a knock with a nade onto Kudor, so at least creates a bit of space for him to push forward. Body advantage still, actually no, not in the favor of Nexuria because they're down to 2 themselves. I don't know exactly how that happened. Probably would have been at the hands of Getso, who finished the job, get the squad wipe in the comfort of their compound, and is still once again inside the circle, John.
Penta picking up the points from TJB as they lay down their lives in service of Lin's first aid tally, leaving their player on the outskirts there. 4 Romanian men descend this hillside, but there's still threat coming over towards their players at the backstop. Rana does get knocked there. They do get an elimination in response, and they're trying to play this south edge. Getso on this compound going to be fearing for their lives right now as everybody's looking their way with hunger in their eyes.
Lutz is yet to be spotted. He could be a little bit of a thorn in the side. Eastern Stars are taking a fight against Wildcats and I believe will go down. So do S2G. So suddenly we go from 14 teams to 9 in a matter of a minute or two. That's the punishment of Sandhawk. That is how this map works when you don't get the circle in your favor.
Goodness me. I mean, speaking of circle favor, it is all Getso all day right now. Lutz is still unnoticed. How long is this man going to spend in the blue zone? Starts to crawl forward, starts to move in. I wonder if they're still wary of the flank they've just covered. First aid, I think, is available. They're moving back. They're moving into this territory. Lutz is going to have to do something. Sarah, he's not even spotted him there.
No way.
Lutz stays alive. 4 Romanian men completely blindsided by this. If Redox turns around, if Sarah regroups towards Do, is Do going to spot it? They're not looking. They just don't know.
Having a little bit of a replay of what happened to the Wildcats against Eastern Stars.
There he goes.
One elimination came through, and now the push in the picture-in-picture. Lutz is going to go down, and 4 Romanian men will be able to get that squad wipe.
Oh, the apple was just too juicy, but the knowledge that came with it, the price to be paid, was just too great. Lutz will go down. 4 Romanian men slowed, but not stopped. 3 players alive, and they're still going. TJB, by the way, they have been eliminated.
Don't know exactly what happened. Maybe they didn't get enough meds to pull off an accurate heal strat. I don't know. Or they could have gotten too close to the blue and paid the ultimate price. We have 6 teams left up. Beşiktaş, Getso, Surreal, 4 Romanian men. Make that 5 teams and UDR killers.
Only 4 players alive on Getso. This is Rezable, the knock that they've received, but that one might not be. SonHP out in the open field, able to get the job done. And that's going to be a worry for them. Beşiktaş with 2 players alive. Peace healing out in the zone. The circle pops, and it's kind of away. It's kind of towards Beşiktaş.
It is one building that is locked by Getso is unfortunately locked by a player that's knocked, so they still have to send their 3 active players across the road into that building. but they have 4 Romanian men locking them down on one side. They've Beşiktaş low-key locking them down on the other. It seems like Jack Gill is going for a heel strat, and so is UDR Killers.
So 2 teams out in the blue zone. 3 teams fighting for it, but Getso with 4 alive. 4 Romanian men, south side, looking to push up. You can see Sarah there on your screen, close to the wall. Redox a little bit further afield. And SonHP, he's out in the open. I wonder if he has the meds to go for this heal off. I feel like they might have left them on peace to stay at the back, but Sarah is close by, in the blue, in the window as well. Goes around the corner, looks for the spray, catches the player with weapon swapping action going. UDR Killers eliminated. 4 Romanian men, they get the 1-for-1 trade, and Getso move into that compound building. SonHP looking to heal up, control on the outskirts, but needs to make a break for it. And with the one fell swoop, Getso take it down. Everybody falls. And the compound in the center, the circle zones towards them, and Getso hold strong, taking the chicken dinner.
Like a game of Jenga, the wrong piece fell out and then it all crumbled down for the other teams, and Getso get themselves a chicken dinner. Yeah, look, there's a lot, and I mean like a lot of circle luck. However, they sent it into that center compound. It got a little bit scary because I feel like they had a bit too heavy of a split. But at the end of the day, when push came to shove, they covered their backs, they covered their angles, and they got themselves a chicken dinner.
I feel like if SonHP had maybe made that push to the center of the circle a little bit earlier, might have had a different chance, but just didn't know where people were stood, didn't have that information. And fantastic news to get that far into the game as well. 5 eliminations for Getso. They were playing teams off against each other, but they do secure the compound, they do move well, and they regrouped towards the end, keep themselves alive, and they earned the chicken dinner.
It felt like kind of a weird Sandhawk game. Yeah, okay, the numbers will definitely most likely be Sandhawk-esque, right? But to me, it was kind of like just a slow burning game once again, where nobody really were too aggressive on each other, bar the early little bit of action with the teams going down and Flux as well. And then it was that kind of like mid portion of the game, maybe because it was that mainland finish and teams felt a bit more comfortable. It seems like no team really wanted to gain control of this game, and it was a matter of time and Blue Zone that really showed the end result. It's just kind of a bit of a weird one for me, John.
Hey, it's Sanhok, you know? It's Sanhok numbers, I'm sure. We're going to see... I don't know if we're going to see the damage graph, actually, but it felt like Sanhok numbers there. A lot of teams in a lot of fights. That south side particularly brutal for all the teams trying to move up.
Yeah.
Fireflux, as well as previous tournament leaders. I think I'm not sure if they're tournament leaders anymore. Regnum Kaya on that south side. I don't know after that game if that would have changed with them going down a little bit earlier. But still, so tough. But through it all, Getso take the compound. They take 5 eliminations, and they take the chicken dinner.
That's the official invitation for you guys to continue watching PMPL EU Championship Spring 2022 as we had another victory come in, and we've had, well, to be fair, Getso, it was kind of easy to hold from the compound there. We did get to see Sun, though. SonHP that was some magnificent shots as he basically tried to rambo it in towards the compound, but in the end, some points being awarded to them, and none of our predictions correct. again, and TJB not getting a second place. This is I'm just all kinds of confused here, guys.
Yeah, it's a Turkish team that stole away that second place from TJB is actually surreal. So, I mean, yeah, the heal-off strat, right, it was not even their game plan at first. They're like, well, we can't really move in. Getso's holding that position, which is literally unbreachable. We saw it for, like, the longest time in that game, Kalash. Like, you can't breach it. So it's like, yeah, we're just going to heal off and go for second place. And that is a great plan B. That is when I like heal-offs, when you know you don't have any other options. Go for the heal-off, get the second place. Good to see from Surreal.
Yeah, it's funny as well, because the circle shifted away from the compound, but unfortunately, for Beşiktaş, where they were, and they were kind of wrapping around towards the north of that compound, there's just nothing to play where that circle went, unfortunately. So as you know, the firepower comes out from Getso, they're able to clutch it out, considering it was a low damage game from them, a low damage win, 608 damage as we saw before here. So, you know, just riding along and getting themselves chicken dinner.
Yeah, low damage game, but again, that's kind of what we expect when it comes to SandHawk, and luckily we only have one of those maps to be played every single day, so we're playing 4 in total. And also, again, as you mentioned before, TJB not really getting up to the longevity in that battleground that we kind of expect out of this team. They obviously still get the placement point, but I mean, if you guys missed out on Western Europe, like TJB was almost always getting second just by healing constantly.
They had a hard time on the circle, right? I mean, they have to transition across the river from where their initial drop spot is, kind of coming in against the blue here. There were quite a few teams that were holding just on their kind of way into the kind of edges of the blue near the circle, if that makes any sense. So very quickly dispatched of here were TJB before they could even really gain any traction with that heal strap.
And it was also not very easy for teams to like center up on this very late circle. I think it was phase 4, because it centered on that entire open landscape, the south of Paradise Resort, and typically you want to avoid that position. It's not very friendly terrain. You can only have like 1, maybe 2 teams if you're lucky that can play there. In this case, it was Beşiktaş, so edge was the very big focus for a lot of the teams. So TJB, of course, trying to play edge and trying to enter late in the circles, they're going to struggle, and it didn't work out here.
Okay, well, we're seeing Getso's stats here, and again, we're not really expecting too much damage coming through or eliminations either way, but we obviously did have them close things out, and it was a little bit risky, right? I believe that was SonHP who knocked one of the players from Getso inside the compound as he was making his way through, and I don't know how he was able to just flick directly towards that player, as it was just a kind of a back-to-back elimination for him, or at least knocks. Then we do see Andrex coming through at 269 damage, the most on his team, 2 knocks as well. And I mean, obviously we could talk about the player stats here, but we've seen teams play like this before, right? Where they're kind of gifted the compound, they're gifted the zone. There's a couple ways you can play it. You can get aggressive and look for more eliminations. But at the first day of the event, in our 4th match, I feel like they played it well, right? You don't need to get crazy. You don't need to get cocky. Just get the win under your belt, get some good placement points, get some good points in general. Get yourself up the leaderboard, and obviously work in towards getting the standings at the final day.
Yeah, if I can praise the team for something in that players, their resource management was actually really well played around. I don't know if you agree, Kalaris, but every time they had like one player knocked, send a player over, the other one gets knocked, send a player over. Like, they were managing their numbers really well and making sure like they kept a hold on those 4 players to remain alive until the very end. So not something that's very easy, but seems like the communication, the synergy was on point to make sure they made it as a 4-man squad. So that's a good thing on their side, despite being given that circle at the end.
Yeah, very important on SandHawk, especially like when you find yourselves in constant potential engagements, fights going down, things like that. But we got more important big things to talk about, Jason.
Yeah, Beşiktaş, 0 chicken dinners, 58 points in total. Regnum able to have 2 back-to-back phenomenal games at 55 points. But the real surprise to me, actually, 4 Romanian Men in 3rd place.
Yeah, for Romanian Men able to get himself actually a really good game last time around, actually able to get himself that chicken dinner on Orangle. So they did get eliminated this time around by Getso, so like there was a little bit of revenge happening this game apparently. But yeah, I mean, we didn't expect them to be this high on the first day. Of course, there's a lot of changes that can happen. It's just the first 4 games. But yeah, I mean, so far they are the Western European hope so far. So we'll see if they can try and hold on to it.
I'm very pleased, I think, to see Beşiktaş up towards the top. Again, I have a little special spot in my heart for them in terms of, you know, when they were World of Wonders, or 3 of them, of course, were World of Wonders. And we saw, you know, again, in the Turkish region, how much SonHP and Peace were able to really put up, not only throughout the tournament, but especially in that final, even though they didn't get themselves the overall win. So it's an exciting start for them, I think.
Yeah, we got to hurry on into the 2nd page, though, as you can see in the top right-hand corner. Next match is coming up. It won't be on SandHawk, though. It will be over on Erangel, just to keep you guys in the loop. As you see, TJB last place. What the hell is going on, gentlemen?
Okay, I'm not liking it.
They won.
Yeah.
Western European.
we expected these guys to have that synergy like built up, because we had that media day that I had with the team, and they were like, yeah, we were feeling very doubtful at the very start of the Western European PMPL because we have 2 new players that never played competitive like this. Like, their objective then was to build up their synergy and to prepare exactly for this tournament. And well, prepared is not the word I would use to describe TJB, because man, they are getting clapped on every single map, and it's very unfortunate to see. They can come back, but it's only 4 days, right? And there's almost like a fourth of their games already down the drain. That's a tough spot to be.
All right, well, we have our predictions coming through. We're all still tied at 0 points, but someone has to get a point here, and our prediction will come down to which teams will get more eliminations than placement points. I went with Game Lord. I think it's a pretty solid pick. Now that I look back on it, though, I would potentially want to shift it over to Beşiktaş, but you know what? I'll stick with my guns.
Yeah, okay, I'll go S2G. S2G, that's my pick. Why? I don't know.
Max, you know we can see who you predicted already.
No, I was just like miming. No, I'm French is our thing. No,
who did Colaris pick? I don't know.
I want. Yeah, I don't know.
I will go with Regnum. There you go.
Okay, cool. Let's go over to our commentators then to kick off our 5th match of the day. Take it away.
You know what? I don't think the world is ready for Robo Colaris. I just don't think that that's something that we can get behind. So we call him whatever you want, but that is a scary prospect. I don't think he's quite ready.
I think didn't they give him a name, Robo Colaris? That's all it needs to be. To be fair, I wouldn't like that anyway. You know, you'd lose those little dimples he's got on his face. I wouldn't want that, honestly. I think those are a key aspect of the Colaris. So don't bring Robo Colaris in here. Get all the predictions right, or at least more right than he already does. So what we need is a Robo Max. That's what we really need.
Well, certainly what we really need is for you guys to be tuning in to the PMPL European Championship. If we hit the PCU milestones during the PMPL European Championship, of course, there are free rewards to get. At 30,000 peak concurrent users, we will be giving away the Crimson Swordsman set. If you're able to get yourselves one of those. At 50,000 concurrent, there'll be PMPL activity crates to be given out. That's 2 apiece for everyone there. 80 grand users will be the PMPL 2022 Spring T-shirt, and that is a permanent cosmetic you can unlock for your account.
80 grand users.
I know. It came out, and then I was like, you know what? That doesn't quite sound right. But I won.
No, but it is correct. So you know, technically, absolutely fine. You know, feel-wise, you know, mouthfeel of 80 grand people, not good. Not good, in my opinion.
The texture's all wrong.
The texture is absolutely all wrong. Not something that I would want to be saying on a daily basis. However, this is a playing path that I'd like to see on a daily basis. Honestly, we have seen these Eastern... This is where you would like the Eastern playing path, actually. But yeah, we do get a heavy southeast circle here down towards Mill to Power. Eastern Star is going to be happy with this one, at least. You know, they've been on a large pilgrimage the majority of these games. Even getting stuck in Impala, I mean, you're having a little bit of... flashbacks to that here, but at least this time you are kind of in the circle. This time around, though, we will see a slight change from Game Lord, because obviously Beşiktaş up towards Yasnaya Polyana, which used to be their old drop spot for Game Lord, has and always been Beşiktaş's drop spot, and they said they'd fight for it, and Game Lord didn't want any of it. However, here with the Lipovka split from Game Lord, it means they have a bit more access to the center here in terms of mansion, shelter, even possibly heading down towards Potato Hill. But honestly, I would say this is a net positive for the guys from Game Lord.
Hopefully going to be able to net some of those points as well to plus their totals at the moment. For Romanian Men on your screen, the highest current scoring West European team in this lobby right now. On the southwest side, on that Gatka position, close to S2G. Surreal, they are just that little bit further south, around that ferry pier, around that western bridge, not going over to the military island. Well, there's potential for them to swing all the way down south through it. I imagine it's more likely they'll go across that south coast for their forwards position.
Yeah, honestly, it's a case of making sure that you can keep up to date with those areas around the map, and making sure you can hit them early. I think from Yasnaya, you do have a fairly easy path down. I mean, I know I made a big deal Now, the fact that REDOXbot is kind of nice, but then again, Yaz does really provide you with a lot of nice opportunities, including the fact that there's an absolute plethora of loot up there, you know, a veritable cache for these teams to pick up for themselves. So I think that they'll be absolutely fine. Let's take a look at some of the teams over towards the west, though, John, because we do have 4 Romanian men currently taking shots towards S2G, who are swinging through their neighborhood.
To be able to cut down Rep 7 out in the open, really good start to proceeding. Sarah, Lone Ranger right now in this position, but standing tall for 4 Romanian men. Another found. That could be pretty brutal if it goes off, but only less than half HP to go. Silas popping this first aid. Kecthie as well, the only player on full HP. Sarah backs it out, and 4 Romanian men have saved Sarah in this pretty sticky situation. Brown are moving over those hills. They want these sight lines. They want these angles. And another nade maybe being popped over, but Sarah looks for the heal instead.
This is very good. I mean, it's 4 Romanian men completely taking control of Gatka at the moment. Kecthie takes some shots, but instantly tries to fade away behind the smokes, makes a quick jump, and will sling himself behind the building to the cover of the wall there. Nice and cold against his face, but equally frosty. It's Kecthie who will take down DEWWWWW in the process.
Cold on the trigger, able to take one down. First retribution to be found, but only 2 players stand for S2G. Kecthie pops the nade. No, drops the smoke, I think that might have been. Doesn't go in the window, certainly. And they're looking for the res. A small respite, a small breather for both of these teams. Redox is the off angle. And might have spotted Silas there. Nade being cooked for Sarah. Wants to put it around the side. If it's on target, it's good. And it finds the knock. Re-knocks the player from S2G. And 4 Romanian men are still all strong. Kecthie spraying with the wall. That micro-Uzi's good, but that nade is even better. Sarah puts another one right between the eyes. And Kecthie leaves Silas alone against the 4 Romanian men.
Sarah here with the shovel in hand, looking to dig a grave here for S2G. Instantly will get runner up there, but they're both looking the wrong way. Silas keeps going. It's a 1v3 so far. Can he get the last?
He's looking for one more. Silas, potential for the 1v4 there. All 3 players are down for the push, and Silas is low, but he's not out of it. DEWWWW is low as well. Only has the bandages for both of these players. He's left the team high and dry, and it's the drop shot for Silas. S2G stay alive, and 4 Romanian men get absolutely dismantled in Gatka.
Something that should have never happened there. And the guys from 4 Romanian men, they were working with dodgy info as they move up the stairs. They're looking the wrong way. They don't have eyes in the back of their head, but there is a bullet sprayed into the back of the naple there. Very unfortunate stuff. You do not like that whatsoever. I just can't believe that happened. And you know what's even more unbelievable from that fight is that S2G is up 2 players. What the hell just happened?
That is what we love to see at the European Championship. Well, that is unless you're a 4 Romanian men fan. 3rd place in the tournament, but it's an opportunity for Beşiktaş to open that lead even further ahead. Look at this. Silas finds one. There's that dodgy info. Looks for the 2nd. Finds the 3rd as well. Nearly got the 4th right there and then.
It is just some unbelievable action coming through.
Wow.
And to top it all off with the drop shot, that just hurts, right? That kills the man. And I think that if you're 4 Romanian men, you're leaving this game fairly bitter, to be quite frank. You know, you'd felt like you'd really got the crackdown over in Gatka, and suddenly S2G swing in, have a terrible beginning to their fight, yet still come out on top. And after, it must have been such a definitive call that he was on the balcony. And you have to respect the full commit from the rest of the players. But it was a little bit like lemmings to their deaths there, coming up the staircase. And Silas had it in the bag. Penta now down towards the eastern bridge at the moment, John. Hoping to pick up any players that are coming out this way. Obviously, Wildcats are currently down towards Sosnovka itself. But again, this is going to be becoming a little bit more of a contentious location, as we do see a fair few teams heading down this way, just to the south side of Shelter.
The circle is pretty much centered, as you say, right on that south side of Shelter. So central positions will be taken up there. EDR Killers trying to move central themselves, just a little bit ahead of Clear Vision, who are on the north side right now. You can see there the lay of the land as it stands right now. Surreal They moved across that south coast of the main island towards these farm positions, currently on a 2-2 split there. UDR Killers a little bit further north. Clear Vision will divert a little bit further east towards the shelter. UDR Killers, they have that info with Ulysses taking that scout.
Yeah, this is nice. And something that me and Imperium talked about a lot during the Western Europe tournament is the fact that UDR Killers just really did not take a lot of time to quickly move away from Pochinki. They were around there for far too long, not using it as that fantastic springboard that it is to give you a really good head start in the game, especially with how central you've been. But here, UDR Killers immediately making that movement over towards the north side of Shelter, which I'm very big fan of, to be quite honest with you. And this will give them a really good opportunity for the rest of the game. This, however, is not a nice circle for a lot of these teams. You know, heading down to a little bit on Sosnovka, you can be almost certain that this will head up towards the northern side of the map. But again, this is one of those situations, John, where now so much landmass is confirmed to be in the next circle that you are going to have a huge amount of teams trying to take up a very small area.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be friendly. But I'll tell you what, it's sure as hell's going to be fun on this northern side of the shore, as all of these teams have to careen themselves into whatever sort of spot they can get. Luckily for them, there is a settlement in there, which means that a lot of teams can play a lot closer in Milta, but going into Milta right now, it's a choice, right? It's a choice that you have to make. And quite honestly, it's a choice that more often than not is going to net you a negative point value.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I think for X Team, you know, starting here, it's not the worst thing in the world for them. They're definitely able to, you know, just have a sit down, have a quick think about what they want to do next. Fireflux taking shots though, and the guys from Game Lord, Victor quickly puts down Solkay. You know, this has been a little bit of a strange start for Game Lord, and it's nice to see though, because they almost felt unparalleled, right, in the Western Europe tournament. However, here, you know, there is some real heavy hitters. They're able to stand up to them. So it's nice to see Game Lord at least put under a little bit of pressure here. And this is what's going to be happening, continuing through all tournaments of the year. And this is where, you know, Game Lord have to really stake their claim. Because if they want to keep going, they're going to have to keep up with the likes of Beşiktaş, who are doing some real work at the moment.
Kapahala spots Flux and wastes no time in sending the lead their way. Puts him down for now. 2 players now standing for Fireflux. No elimination so far in the game. 4 eliminations for S2G, all courtesy of Soulless, the current elimination leader. But they are down to 2.
Yeah, Soulless is one of those, before I say anything like that, Regnum, still going strong here. 4 players still alive to take down one of the players from Clear Vision. Obviously, we're on board with Beast, who has my previous haircut, except much better, which is always the way forward. And
hey, you had it all
here.
done for the photo shoot. It's all, you know, there's professionals involved. You know,
I could have had the same, absolutely. I
like
do respect that HAMODY. I like everyone's got a great photo shoot, and he's still here in the turtleneck. I love that so much. It never changed, HAMODY. This is the way to be. The only thing that I would like to see in future tournaments for his photo is some more audacious turtlenecks. You know, I want to see him to go into like the PMGC with a black turtleneck on. You know, he's ready for
like
action. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. Get the fanny pack out. You know, get the
silver
gold
chain
necklace.
Yeah,
is it silver chain?
It's a silver chain, my guy. Yeah, that's what he needs.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not up to date on my Mr. Johnson law.
That's okay. I'm all up to date on the Mr. Johnson law. It's all good.
That's fair. That's fair. Good. Well, it's good one of us is on top of things. That's excellent form.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate that.
Have you got it?
Ooh.
That's
I thought you were oohing at pieces, 13 knockouts,
no.
but no,
that's a workspace spanner.
That is a workspace spanner right there. You know, this is the funny thing, is that I didn't want to say it because I didn't think it would happen again. But this has to be my least favorite circle of all time, and it has happened before on one of the casts I did do. It ended terribly. I didn't like how it ended, but we'll see how these boys from the championship deal with it, because this is a very interesting situation, and this is where, you know, those creative and forward-thinking strategies have to come into play.
Regnum Kaya one of the best forwards-thinking strategies is shoot your enemy and get the elimination. That seems to be working out well for a lot of these teams. At the moment, Regnum Karya holding down in pretty much prime real estate right now. The teams on the south, I tell you what, fastPay Wildcats are absolutely laughing right about now because on the south coast, nobody is there with them.
Absolutely. There's a very nice shot there coming through from Tron, takes on one of the players from Beşiktaş who are trying to make their way in, and I think they know that they have no hope in hell. It was one of those cases where they'd hope that no team was situated down here, and this is one of those spots that's not amazing. If we did see a northern shift, right, it's not amazing. At some point you will have to leave this area. Yeah, you have the 180 angle behind you is clear at least because of the cliffside, but this game has perfectly turned in the favor of Regnum, but SonHP. Goodness me, those bullets just fly downwind and immediately find their way through that window, curving like wanted.
Goodness, that's what you like to see. That's what we expect from one of the heavy hitters of the Turkish region. Purportedly very strong on air goal, and they are displaying that so far. Regnum Karya across the way, trading blows, but not really going for the crash. So all of these reservoir just to drain on the resources for both of the squads.
Love to see this. So ALKING has really taken his manly approach to the early engagement to heart and just grabbed himself all the available gear. Has been siphoned off to him. He's got the ghillie suit on, the Groza. He's got everything he needs to finish out this game, and I think that Kecthie realizes, he's like, look man, you are on fire. Take my weaponry, take my ammo. You've got this. I am literally a pack mule for the rest of the game.
Have you ever played golf?
Yes.
He's
Kecthie the caddy.
Kecthie caddy.
Yeah.
It's currently the gameplay style for these guys.
I'll take it.
TJB a little bit further round on the coast. The circle, we'll see if it zones onto somewhere even more dangerous, because right now it's pretty precarious. There we go. Finally a land circle. But
Yeah.
fastPay Wildcats, they've outstayed their welcome on their South Island.
They have. And it's time to move now. And I think a lot of these teams, at least for fastPay Wildcats, I think this is a case of waiting just a tiny bit longer, right? Just a tiny bit longer for some of these teams like Penta to move away, maybe head up towards that northwest. Because, yeah, you have a spot at the moment, but eventually they will have to leave. But getting a couple of players up first right now for fastPay Wildcats is not a bad idea. We do have Fire, Flux, Kecth in the water. Currently sitting out there. Most likely we'll head to the beachhead at some point. Game Lord, fairly down their luck at the moment with a fair bit of damage coming their way, but they're right on the northeastern edge. Very, very close to Xray at the moment.
Crossing that bridge. fastPay Wildcats about to eat their way in, but everybody contesting for any slice of the cake here. 14 teams remain. I imagine that number's going to drop fairly swiftly. Hang on a minute. Have Penta been caught unaware by the crossing from the fastPay Wildcats? They might just have been. As a knock did come up in the elimination feed there.
This is perfect, though, for fastPay Wildcats. This is why you really have to be very aware of any teams coming in from that south side, because you'll know the wait as long as possible, John. And you have to constantly be on that swivel. And I believe that's Penta taking even more knocks and flushes their way. Regnum also pitting in on the action. Regnum obviously just 1 point behind Beşiktaş at the start of this game, so they'd really like to cement their lead here in the 5th game of the day before we head to our final, and then head into the next day in a really decent spot. And I think Regnum has just done very, very well out of nowhere, and we've had the typical suspects towards the top, but I think Regnum's just a tiny bit of a surprise for me.
Yeah, I mean, they qualified in 8th place from the Turkish region, and they're coming out swinging here in the championships. Maybe looking to afford themselves sorry?
Championships? Turned Australian for a second there, yeah.
Oh, well, you know, they've absolutely they've pulled a blinder there, mate.
I know.
It's been absolutely spectacular.
Bloody corker. I need to stop because I was
yeah,
terribly. Yeah.
That's dangerous.
Let's get out of the outback and back to our angle. Absolutely fine. Do have clear vision just in front of Getso. Obviously, I think Getso have done fairly well so far. Yes, that last game was kind of gifted to them over on SanHok. But they've had some pretty favourable engagements over our angle, obviously getting dethroned by 4 Romanian men. Again, I thought that fight was sloppy, but again, sloppy from both sides. I think this is going to be a good chance for them to prove themselves here on our angle and see what they can get done. HAMODY down, SAMO barely clinging on to life. I don't know how he's doing that.
There's some crack in the foundation here. He's hanging on by the fingernails. Unfortunately, or fortunately for clear vision, Getso have been spotted across the way on the sidelines. Next, Ruya have got the side swipe there, and you can see Game Lord even further down that hill. Very difficult to get over the top of this one, but they're going to try nonetheless. HAMODY gets spotted, gets flushed, but Samo's there to pick up the pieces. One player remains for clear vision. One elimination, but they are alive, and that is what matters.
Yeah, saved by the bell there. Goodness me, Regnum are very, very happy that they did not move up towards the northwest there. I think they've just stuck to their guns down towards this south side, and the circle moves back down their way. So this is perfect for Regnum. I mean, it is astonishing they didn't move up. But then again, I think because they have such a strong compound, there's no real need to move unless they are no longer in the circle, right? And sticking around here has worked out. It's paid off for them. And I think this is a winning position.
I mean, you have that choice to make, right? Do you go for the crash? Because you know, pretty much no matter where you go, you're going to have to crash. Do you go for that engagement now and then potentially have to fall back if it goes your way? Or do you wait and do it a little bit later? It's a difficult decision, but Surreal, they're trying to hold off against Next Ruya across the way, and Next Ruya really struggling. In fact, so much so, they'll just fall down. I mean, they tried to crash into a tiny little shack, and it just didn't go their way. Clear vision with the one remaining player. Spotted out Game Lord, who have all 4 standing. Victor puts him back to Humbletown.
Yeah, sends him on his way on the bus, pack in. At least pays for his ticket, though. Back to the lobby. Penta moving up slowly, had a bit of a bad run-in with fastPay Wildcats. Really well done from Peace, though, I will admit, from Beşiktaş inside that little shack by himself versus Surreal. I think it was also somewhat lucky that Next Ruya got in on that fight towards the end and took out that final player just through that tiny crack in the shack itself, which saved Peace's life. The rest of the Beşiktaş will have to move forward anyway, so they quickly pick him up and most likely will pick up the huge amount of supplies that are going to be around that shack in pretty localized area, so easy pickings for them.
Surreal have an excellent compound that they were able to do that from. And right in the middle, TJB, 3 players alive. They're checking corners. It's good discipline from Lin, displaying that, and you can see they are just not taking any chances here. S2G with 2 players there, looking for those heals. Stylus taken down. Langzi does what could not be done earlier and takes down the one. Kelsey will not be able to do any more either. S2G finally eliminated.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kelsey, he was wielding a 5 iron. Not quite enough. You need something a bit more range on that, and there were no more golf balls back in the bag. So we'll be going down there, and it will be DORIN making their way forward. Regnum now looking to put the final members of Penta in the grave. We'll find out here, Moosey. Jesus, yeah.
That's it. That's the nade. Just straight over the top from Beast. And absolutely dismantled Penta on that push. Southeastern side. They will have to move a little bit further. Game Lord dealt with as well. Beşiktaş may be moving in from that northeastern side. Surreal right on the edge of the northwest. At the moment, there's a couple of teams who could do very, very well here in this circle.
Yeah, it is still quite undecided who's going to make it all the way through. We have a lot of teams with a fair amount of members. Currently 4 teams with 4 players still alive here, and the remaining 2 teams in DORIN as well as Beşiktaş still at 3 players remaining. But it's this fastPay Wildcats as well as Regnum fight that's exploding in front of our eyes.
And they're crashing straight onto the compound that Regnum Kaya have been holding for so long, and actually Loxy gets shut down. I think it might have been TJB chiming into the fight. But now The fastPay Wildcats are losing players down south. Beast spots the player around. Wild maybe looking to catch this reposition, but in comes the push for the fastPay Wildcats player up the stairs. The res is through. All four of them are alive and standing. Goes for the challenge around the corner. Not quite going to be able to get the first knock, but the second one doesn't quite follow as well. And that's a flush outside. The fastPay Wildcats have one player remaining, but TJB have spotted it.
Yeah, Defoex still trying to make this happen. Smoke's going down, but he is surrounded. He is in deep water at the moment. UDR Killers make their way in, but take a few knocks on their approach.
This was fastPay Wildcats taking care of the Eastern Stars. Ooh, Xray gets spotted on the off angle there. Unfortunate. Surreal on the northern side will have to push a little bit further in. Everybody will as well. I feel like UDR Killers probably have, if they can hold on, probably have one of the better spots here in this next circle, but it requires all of the other teams to leave from their positions. TJB duking it out back and forth. Beşiktaş eliminated in the meantime. And TJB leveraging their coastal position as well. Their position on the beach is known, but it's solid.
Yeah, they can hold on to this. This is a very nice little ridge side to play around with at the moment. And the circle could head down their way, realistically. The problem is if it moves up, you know, it's very open ground. Tron will finish off the final player there from the fastPay Wildcats. Still making it a fair way, though, and sticking true to that slippery nature of that team, or as Empyrean put it, the 9 lives. See how long those lives can last in this tournament. Don't want to use too many of them up early on. Poker's tossing some nades over the top. Nano is down, so UDR Killers still with just 2 players up and on board. These nades have to be a little bit more influential here. That circle might just be the end of these 2 teams, though. Such a long approach on very open plains. It's going to be very, very difficult, but Regnum, this is an impregnable position they're currently playing from.
Ooh, they have such power in this next circle. They move that person forwards as well. They've put Beast in that forwards position. Really, what more can be done? Actually, they're regrouping as well. 2 more players join Beast in the middle. They're leaving Tron up the back there to play for that oversight. And I feel like it's exactly the right decision in this scenario.
Yeah, getting up and personal and just watching for any of these pop-ups is good, but then again, I am a little bit wary of this push here because they've put themselves in the exact same position as a lot of these teams, which is out on the open fields. They really cannot let their backstop there go down. That's a very smart decision coming through from Tron. You know, a lot of these players will just continue and go for the shots there from that spot. But as a backstop, you know that your main job is to anchor. And if you go down, you know, that anchor no longer holds any weight and you're more of a dead weight to your team.
Just floating off into the 7 seas. Not what you want to see. But now Regnum Kaya are moving to the open ground. Already 10 eliminations in. 4 players alive. Surreal, the only other team with 4, and they don't quite have the same position or presence in this next circle. UDR Killers and TJB still going to Western Europe, still with the representatives, but they are flagging. Lang, though, looking for Loxy. Going to be able to look for the flush as well. Finds one. Looks for more. Tron, tickled. Not down just yet. Spotted.
This is tough now. 2 down for Regnum. This is not how they expected their game to go. They thought they were in the best position possible, but I think they pulled the trigger a little bit too early here, John. I think they could have possibly waited with some of the smokes. Now Surreal's coming in, hoping to swoop down and take away the chicken dinner from underneath their eyes. Salazar goes down to Langzi. Tongjiabao still making it happen. Yeah, they lose some points on Sandhawk where we expect them to hit them up, but the other angle, they're making them back.
There certainly are. 1 player now left standing, though. Lang X, the last of the new additions to Tongjiabao. Nades over the top from Surreal towards the Regnum Kaya players, but Wild wants to just take care of business towards this TJB position. The Molotov is good, and Beast is going to go down, leaving Wild a solo. Lang X maybe even able to get Lang Z up if they're given the time, but the res dangerous now as only 2 teams remain blank.
Yeah, it's time to start sweeping for Surreal, but if there's anything to tell by their game and their angle, they'll be a little bit slow about this. I don't think they're the most aggressive team in the world, but, you know, on the other hand, Tongjiabao definitely have that aggression in Lang Z and Lang X, but they like to take things slow, set things up nicely. This is going to be a little bit of a while before we see the end here, but hold on. Some He comes in here with some good shots. Oh, looking for more, but not quite able to get the knock just yet. Langx still alive, still down, but Langz falls at the backstop. And now just 1 versus 3. There's nothing doing. Surreal, take it down. Great stuff from Surreal there. You know, I think that calm playstyle is very suited to them in those final moments. They really set themselves up fantastically for the chicken dinner, and that's their second one on the day, John. So very, very nicely done for them. I think overall this has been a good day for Surreal. They haven't put up a massive amount of points over consistency-wise, but putting up those points with the chicken dinner is beautiful stuff. 2,066 damage, 10 eliminations. That'll see you. That'll see you.
It's good news. It's good news all round for Surreal so far. They are absolutely realizing their potential into this tournament, coming in qualifying 6th from the Turkish region. They are absolutely standing up for them. So it's really cool to see that. We've kind of seen entries from places on the table that we kind of weren't expecting. We're seeing specifically Regnum Kaya, right, from that 8th place, that last spot from the qualifying position, really start to stand up as well. It's great to see.
Yeah, I think for Regnum, this has been a pretty good run from them. I was a little bit disappointed in their final moments there in that game. Like I said, I think they could have waited just a little bit longer there, but it is unfortunate to see them almost pulled the trigger too early, really. I think they could have spent a little bit more time scouting, seeing where players are coming from. Those guys on the beachhead, they were done for, right, John? They were absolutely done for. There were vehicles around that compound. Making themselves a little bit of a position there would have been good. However, we're going to go to a compound ourselves, have a quick cup of tea, and we'll see you guys after this break.
Great promo for Surreal, able to take home a second chicken dinner now, putting themselves very high in our overall standings, but their job is not done just yet. We still have one match to come up today, and we still have 3 days of action as well thereafter. Just Kaplan, he's Maxman, yeah, gonna point the right way, and that's Kalaris, the greatest person to ever touch esports. And he almost, you see those hands he's showing you, those single-handedly built esports. You might hear other people say they built esports.
Okay.
Wrong. This man did it.
All right. Yeah, we've been around for a little while, Jason, I guess. Yeah, well, let's put it that way.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's take a look at our match standings from this last one. We can see Surreal, 15 placements, 10 eliminations, but 25 points by Regnum as well here, gentlemen, and TJB. Regnum been consistent throughout the day. TJB finally showing up when they need it.
Man, I guess I picked Regnum at the wrong time here, Max.
Yeah, he should have picked him up a little bit earlier. But yeah, they're able to get himself here the 21 points. So feeling good for him. Still a little bit of that up and down. Like they had some games that was a little bit low. I think like 3 points, 2 points every once in a while. But man, when they have some good games, they're really good games. And that's the thing of Regnum that really helped them stand out in especially I would say the league stage of PMPL Turkey. So fantastic. But man, Surreal, 2 chicken dinners here. And there's a lot I could potentially talk about their rotations. But the one thing I loved the most about their play, Kalaris, was they had a 2-man split. There was a circle that sends up. Instantly, they see that circle. They get back as a 4-man, back in the compound. That was the game-winning position at the end if the circle was going their way, which it did. And yeah, I think Surreal just adapted really well, was super reactive, and that's what you expect from a team coming in from Turkey.
No, indeed. I've got to agree. It's as if Surreal and Regnum, for the most part, had an accord with one another. They had this deal, you know, these compounds are ours. We're going to not really kind of take some shots at one another. Very simple and strong from that point. Surreal, as you say, the perfect time to group up. You can get a little bit too feisty if you're kind of spread out quite like that in those later circles. Very good timing on that. And also, in terms of that timing, it's a really strong move to be able to distance across 2 compounds, because you're gonna have a lot of line of sights on you at that moment in time, but Surreal did very well.
Take a look at our second page. We see Flux probably their worst match, or I will, be confident enough to say it, their worst match so far today, but they've been extremely strong. One team that we did talk about though towards, well, I guess the very top of the show, was Nexria. And Kalaris, I believe you touched on it a little bit here, but for me, Nexria hasn't really lived up to the hype we've heard about them for such a long time. I mean, Frozen, he was the MVP in PMPL Season 2 last year. And he was like 15 years old or 16, like super young, putting up big eliminations. But this Nexria we're seeing now, not able to really get that kind of stride or maybe that kind of lead that we might have expected.
You know, I think you hit the nail on the head, really. When you look at kind of their, I got that wrong completely almost. Their push on towards where Beşiktaş was, and like trying to take out Peace there, they had to take that spot. But unfortunately for them, it really did not go that way. There was so many positions that people were firing down on that spot there. I think they were so blocked as well by how many vehicles were actually in that position. They really couldn't kind of figure their way out into the shed.
I think the part that surprises me the most actually about them is like not the fact that the entire team is not performing, but it's like Frozen in particular that's like not doing as well as, like, you remember PMGC, right, Jason? We were covering that. Like he was insane in that tournament, but here just it feels like not only the entire team then is not there, like Frozen is just not really performing on the level I was expecting. Yeah, exactly. It's just a little bit silent. So I want to see more Frozen. I think can do better. So hopefully you'll step up eventually.
Okay, well, Max, we had Surreal take 2 chicken dinners so far. Obviously, the first team to do so far here in PMPL European Championships. But you wanted to look at their stats overall throughout the entire event within these first 5 matches.
Yeah, so I wanted to see exactly which player was the one stepping up, because I know that Cheetah was doing a lot of work with those nades. I think he did a lot of work on like the first game they won, and actually this game too versus Regnum, those nades were on point. But actually Archon is going to be the one with the most eliminations, with 8 to his name, 5 knocks, and almost 1,500 damage. So it's good to see the Archon is the one actually being up there. It's fantastic. But Wampon is the one that I expected to also be up there with Archon. He was like, that was the deadly duo in PMPL Turkey. So yeah, Vampon a little bit more silent it seems, but they got 2 wins. So I mean, it's work.
Okay. Well, very cool. I mean, obviously Surreal, like they've been able to put up some good numbers. I don't know where they are in the overalls. You obviously have to wait until we are done with the day before then. I believe we're going to be heading over to our predictions, if anyone wants to correct me. And it's going to be a different question this time. Remember talking about the positives. We're going to talk about the negatives. Which team will lose a player first? You know, I don't know why I chose them. GTS. I don't know. I don't know. It was literally this, what Max did, except, you know, I didn't actually already know what my prediction was.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, clear vision. Can I explain? I don't know. But we'll see how it's going to go.
And I'm going TJB, who have had a bad day, but then just had a really good game. So I'm not sure. I'm conflicted now. But I'm still going for them. Let's see.
Bless them.
Okay. Well, I don't know what our overall stands are looking like. I don't really want to know what the overall stands are looking like, because I'm probably losing. Let's head over to our commentators, who are never losing, to bring you here the last match of the day.
Well, hello everybody. The final game of the day is upon us, and I'm always very excited about the final game of the day, Blank, because hopefully it leads us to the teams feeling a little bit more confident, the teams feeling a little bit looser, and we kind of get a bit of a sign of what might happen tomorrow and even leading into the final game, final day of the tournament. So this is a pretty exciting one for me.
Yeah, man, 100%. I would agree. I think that equally you can have these moments where you're like, oh, it's winding down, there's no more pressure, but you could also have that same thing of like, oh, I'm losing focus at this point in time. We need to get that focus back. But that's one of those cases, like you're saying, that you come into tomorrow with a renewed sense of like what you need to do on that day to make it happen. I think so far a lot of these teams have been stepping up, and I don't think there's been any one individual team that I've been like, you know, these guys are a write-off. I think this is the first time in a long time, no BM20 teams obviously, this is the first time in a long time where I've been like, all 16 of these teams have a real shot towards those top of the tables.
To me, the most impressive team so far has been Regnum Karya. Not only have they been consistent across the board in terms of scoring points in every one of the games so far, they've also showed a really strong level of covering that balance of being proactive while still staying where you need to stay and controlling that area of the map. Yeah, okay, it was certainly a little bit of a mistake that stopped them getting the chicken dinner in the last game. I know you talked about it, but I've still been definitely super impressed by this team as a whole.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they've got perfect scores at the moment, and I say that because, you know, placement points 38, elimination points 38 as well. So they are completely fine across the board, and you'll be completely fine at home as long as you are watching some PUBG Mobile. Make sure to get us up towards that 80,000 concurrent viewers standpoint. At that point, you guys will get that free permanent t-shirt in game, as well as some other juicy surprises and prizes from the other marks. So hopefully we can hit that by the end of the tournament. I know that you guys at home are super dedicated to the cause, so I'm sure we'll do that, no problem.
Playing path, little bit more heavily down south than maybe some teams would ideally like to see. It might see a couple of teams throw out a different alternative drop spot, and will we see the battle once again between Eastern Stars and the Wildcats in Impala? It certainly looks to be heading in that direction. No team wants to give up their drop spot.
No, I think it does make things very difficult for Eastern Stars, right? Because I don't think they've come into contact with this in a long while, where Impala hasn't been just completely free of action for themselves, where, you know, they can make any movement they want after this, and the mistakes that they make are down to themselves at that point, right?
Yes.
However, here, it's now becoming a case where there's a new contender on the block looking for space over towards Impala with the Wildcats. So this is going to be quite tough for them overall, and they'll have to figure out how they want to go about this. On the other hand, Beşiktaş up towards their north side, going up against, I believe that is Penta, already finding a quick knock and a flush coming through. So very, very unfortunate for them, and that fight will continue because they're right on top of each other.
I don't hold this against specifically any of the teams because of the more southerly playing path, and again, this is the first day of the European Championship final, so as much as, yeah, preparation and VOD review is important, some of these playing paths can be unique to how teams actually drop across the board and how they get to where they want to go, and it seems like Penta just didn't catch the right side of the law in that regard and suffered a knock and elimination at the hands of Beşiktaş for the time being. Phase 1's popped up. It is on the western side of the map. That little guitar shape that is on the far western edge is out of bounds, so a little bit of the circle is not going to be in play.
I think for this south playing path, it's actually worked out quite well for a lot of these teams. I do believe that, you know, there's only so many places on Miramar. Yeah, it's a huge map, but it's fairly barren as well. And the places where you can pick up the majority of your good loot is quite wanting at times. So I think for these teams like Penta, like Beşiktaş, as well as Impala, for Eastern Stars, as well as the fastPay Wildcats, this was bound to happen at some point with teams figuring out that, you know, these two are our best spots. But for Penta, perhaps it's time for an alternate drop spot, because this feels like a backup for them. And I think going against Beşiktaş at the moment, not the best idea for them. They start to shine towards that late game. They don't have the strongest early game ever seen in the world. And I think Beşiktaş, with the players they have on board, and Zessy, SonHP, these are not guys you want to go toe-to-toe with. And they
looking
are
at the
doing
replay, well, looking at the replay, I respect that. Both teams at least look to drop together for the most part in the same building. It seemed like it was the one player that tried to disengage away from that long building that got caught off guard. But again, I kind of appreciate that that both teams within reason look to drop together in this Impala fight. Blank, I'm gonna be a little bit harsh. I hope that this is a big slap in the face for Eastern Stars, because between the majority of PMPL Western Europe and even the tail end, despite them finishing third, and the first 4 games or 5 games of this European Championship, Eastern Stars are playing way too passive. They look scared. They're rotating late. They're not taking any fights. Where was the old Eastern Stars and weren't afraid to take fights and be aggressive? So I hope this Impala fight is a kick in the face for them.
Yeah, man, I think they've been here everywhere at this point. But yeah, I think for Eastern Stars, there needs to be a little bit more aggression. I mean, we've seen it from them before. It needs to happen. For Penta, though, Manu is definitely the king of the team, right? I mean, he's made some great movements for the team so far, really clutching a lot of scenarios, but it's just not enough for Penta at the moment. He needs some backup, realistically. You see Beşiktaş, no matter what happens, they do have a guy on deck that can deal with an enemy player that's in the vicinity. Now it's just Muzi making his way downtown, just figuring out where to go next, heading closer and closer towards Impala, just looking for some gear. He's got absolutely nothing realistically on board. For Eastern Stars, they're kind of setting up this crossfire, but equally the fastPay Wildcats, they've figured out that, you know, they need some kind of additional bit of action, because this has happened before, right? And both teams need to adapt on the fly. And for fastPay Wildcats, they drop Flux in behind, and this is something I'm a big fan of.
Impala I look at as being one of the cities that's hardest to apply a crossfire, especially from the direction of the map that Eastern Stars have, because of how the elevation points of the area works and the buildings that are in play. You can easily be blocked if you're not in the perfect spot. That's why I really appreciate Lux's position even more, because it's guaranteed high ground, it's guaranteed clear sightlines on that crossfire towards the members of Eastern Stars.
Absolutely, it's gonna give them a big opportunity, even if it doesn't come out on top with a Winchester hitting a dirty little headshot right across the way. It'll at least give them a ton of information. And that's something that they're desperately needing from fastPay Wildcats. They can't let Eastern Stars creep up on them. And that's exactly what Eastern Stars want to go for. You see where they're setting Bazzi up at the moment, right on that northern side, trying to look down towards that ridge where the fastPay Wildcats were playing before. And with a similar circle, you know, they need to move again. And I think at this point in time, this fight is just going to continue to stalemate. So we'll take a look at some of the other rotations that are currently occurring on the map. Your game log coming down on that western side once again. Tongjiabao's already headed into Chumacera with a fairly long split over towards Minstavai. You got Langzi just sitting on the coastal side. Pretty typical position as well. That compound looks out down towards Los Higos, so really just covering their backs. I think this is fine for Tongjiabao at the moment.
Nexury and Opozo for the time being. Regnum carrying towards the center of the circle. Surprise, surprise, I might add. I think the center of the circle is a little bit riskier in this Miramar terrain because of how low ground it is. Yeah, okay, you have the roof of the building that Wild is on at the moment. However, I think there's an element of fear, and it can be one of the easier compounds to crash if that's the case. So I'm a tiny bit worried for Regnum carry, but if any team can hold down and take advantage of a center compound, it is this team so far.
Yeah, I think Regnum has been pretty on point so far. And I think that, you know, me and John were discussing this, saying that they've been a bit of a surprise factor in this tournament. Now, I'm really hoping that this is not the case where we'll see them have that one good day and then start to fall off over the next couple of days. However, with this being a bit more of a sprint, you know, you can maintain that momentum a little bit better because you are playing every single day here. You're not having those league play breaks into a super weekend anymore. You are just playing against the same 16, so you're not going to have any mix-ups here along the way. So I think for Regnum, just continuing this kind of play style where it's nice and cautious, taking up some key positions around the map, and then just holding them confidently is working out for them. And there doesn't really seem to be any key standout player from this team. They're just working very well together at the moment to make this happen with some very, very efficient strategies put into place with their backdrops, with their forward scouts. It's just very well done overall.
Phase 1 coming to a close. X team taking a little bit of an advantage at the hands of Wildcats and Eastern Stars being slow to rotate on the eastern side of the map. They're now shy north of Surreal Esports. Phase 2 centers up quite nicely once again. Pretty close to Slash on top to Regnum Carrier. Also very healthy for 4 Romanian Men, as well as they're going to rotate, react to this circle shift and go a little bit more centralized.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty decent circle to honestly. Very similar to the one we had last Miramar as well. So most teams should be pretty comfy playing this one. Again, a lot of urban areas for this one to actually finish in, but most teams quite aware that they want to be in a central position on this map. Flux currently taking shots over towards UDR Killers. They do send one back into Solkay, but now they've got to try and regroup and reassess the scenario, especially with this being fairly open ground with Flux over the way behind the ridge side. They've got a decent position to play from here, Imperium.
I think this is a little bit like targeted per se by UDR Killers compared to the previous game that was a similar circle. They tended to play a bit more south, a bit more centralized, whereas maybe recognizing that Flux dropping San Martin, they were most likely going to rotate through the kind of power grid flat terrain. They've locked down the high ground outside of Picado, and they've at least picked up an initial knock. 0 eliminations as the revive comes through, but will it be enough to suppress Flux? We saw the likes of Clear Vision in the previous game look to shut down Beşiktaş, and when they didn't close in on it, they got bitten in the butt. I hope it's not the same from UDR Killers.
Yeah, I think they're being a little bit proactive here, though, just making sure they keep an eyes on players along the way from Flux. Still not a bad spot to play in from Picado, right? Surely if we get one of those south circles, you know, those positions to head downwards with. Gamelord, though, still on this western movement at the moment. Narvalo up towards Crater Fields, picking up as many loot, as much loot as he can on his way down. And on the other hand, you got Beşiktaş, who obviously had their little fight with Penta early on. They're coming up from El Azahar now, heading into the circle from Graveyard. So this is a typical rotational path from them. Just swift, straight into the circle. Not many teams seem to go through this way either. So Beşiktaş have got this rotational path covered for the time being. It wouldn't surprise me if we start seeing teams holding them out from Graveyard, but only time will tell.
TJB have a 2-1-1 spread in around the south and north side of Chumacera. I don't disagree with it. Gamelord still outside of this phase 2 circle. They dropped on that western side of the map, shifted a bit more towards kind of Trailer Park, and now they've held on to that south road side. It's really not a bad entry point into the circle from where they are, and their edge playstyle has worked so far in today's games.
On the other hand of things, we're going to have very, very central positions. Like you said earlier, Regnum trying to hold out versus Clear Vision at the moment. Both teams very, very central, waiting for the next circle to pop here, which will be happening very, very shortly. X team down towards the southeast. Obviously, just making their way into this championship, right? And it was a very surprising event towards those final days of the Western Europe tournament, where they really were on fire. A lot of that damage coming through from Beg for Mercy, though, completely putting the team on his back. Not able to quite have similar results here, though, in this tournament so far, at least the first day of the championship. But with a circle that heads up towards the northwest, it's going to start to get a little bit more cramped for these teams.
Picada's still in play, and I gotta wonder, will the likes of Beşiktaş, maybe Eastern Stars, look to send it into the city of Pecado. It could be short-term success, long-term failures. Shots coming through from Nexaria trying to punish the players from UDR Killers from the high ground of Power Grid area. Good shots from Dokun. Not connecting, but suppressing.
And that's all you really need to do from this position, is you need to hold out. And I think where Nexaria are currently playing from, it's very important to them at the moment to just hold on to this spot and make sure they don't really have any other teams like trying to get too close to them. Holding this northern edge is going to be a real boom for them going forward, and UDR Killers being their real only opponents, getting a knock here would be fantastic, keeping them at bay, but they've done enough to send them back.
I thought that was the riskiest rescue mission from UDR Killers. All it took was enough bullets on the buggy to blow it up, enough bullets in the direction of the driver there to get the knock. I would argue that it very easily shouldn't have been done. They get away with it though for the time being and will still survive as a full squad. Inside the blue, you have a fight going on between Eastern Stars and the last player of Penta. Beşiktaş was a little bit involved, but they have sent it into Pecado like I kind of speculated.
And this is decent from them. Obviously, coming from Graveyard, it's a pretty typical spot to take up here. Muzi does slow down the path of Eastern Stars, Octavian being fairly backwards over towards Minas Generalis, but they have vehicles available to them, so they should be able to make their way in. Will take a slight while to hit there, though.
This is a wild 2-2 split from S2G. Okay, one of them is able to get a little bit of return fire to take down Akashi, but it is still 1v3 against S2G in this area of the map. Their two teammates are inside the circle at least as Phase 3 Blue Zone is closing in. So yeah, that wild 2-2 split from S2G didn't quite work out as intended.
Yeah, I feel maybe a little bit more confident from that last game. We got to remember there was pretty much all Soulless on board. Trazen just tossing these grenades. I don't really want to take a full-on fight with this guy from S2G, rather than just send the grenades down, try and take him out the old-fashioned way. Still more coming through. Soulless does have bandages, it would seem, and that's all he's got on board. So this is possibly a fight that Game Lord can just leave at this point in time. They don't really have to do too much more about it. No vehicle on board, but Narvalo off in the back there, coming in from, I think he was actually quite far behind the team towards La Corberia, so he's been taking his time to get into the action. It's worked out for them, taking out this player in Soulless. Now they can figure out about getting into the zone itself. Still a long way to go here, Imperium.
There's a lot of players left, 57 players, 15 teams, and that Phase 4 shifted quite heavily down the southeast. The northern edge of Chumisera is in play, and TJB, who had a 2-on-1 split between the south and north of Chumisera, they benefited greatly as they put all four players together. And that's one thing I've noticed with TJB Blank. They have corrected that mistake in the last couple of games of being more solidified.
Yeah, which is great news for them, to be honest. We're getting a very late game finish last game on Orangle and now making it to here. I think focusing more on using those splits early game to gather information and make sure they're not getting blindsided, and now coalescing towards a bit more of that edge play with a more solidified unit. Yeah, I respect that. I like that. I think that works out well for them. I think that they were finding a lot of success on Miramar with their early game splits, and I think it was just that reluctance to come together in that late game which was catching them off guard, playing a little bit of wild tactics, to be quite honest with you.
Couldn't agree with you more. We did see with the help of Surreal, they took down fastPay Wildcats, and S2G Rip 7 is gonna look to finish off Game Lord. Was that a two-piece from Rip 7 inside the vehicle with the help of Calce? My mind got a little bit muddled in that moment, and look, in the end, Game Lord go down. It was the fight between X Team and I think it was Eastern Stars or no Beşiktaş. That was a little bit more in my mind.
Yeah, and finally it's over. With a drop of the hat, X Team goes out with 0 eliminations. Eastern Stars still able to make their way in, obviously losing one player in the process. UDR Killers, though, sent away, still fighting for their lives over on this northeastern edge. However, Fireflux early on were able to send UDR Killers packing, and that has really worked out for them well, with UDR Killers now stuck on the northeast side. Really, at this point in time, for them, it's just throwing those nades across.
Eastern Stars got ahead, a nade comes out, puts SonHP down to a sliver of health, and the knock on the piece has not been revived up. Despite them being a body down, Eastern Stars looking to get a little bit noisy, a little bit dirty, and this is what I wanted to see from Eastern Stars. I thought maybe the interaction with the Wildcats might have been a little bit of a slap in the face for them, and that could be the case. Haven't quite cleared out Beşiktaş, and this is a replay of what happened to S2G. Indeed, it was Rip 7 to get the kill, to get the squad up, and I believe it was overall a bit of a clutch to take down Gainmore, but now we can transition back over to the fight between Beşiktaş and Eastern Stars.
Yeah, that's an incredible play coming through from Rip 7. Honestly, this man is full of magic tricks in the back of his top hat. And you love to see it. Again, for Game Lord, it's just a little bit too long out inside the blue, trying to make some weird movements. I think Narvala being away from the team for such a long time, yeah, it worked out taking down Soulless, but in the end, didn't work out for them. ATHIS drops down. This might have been a bit of a mistake there for him. Tries to get back up on his feet, and now 2 players remain. One goes down for Kapahala, and this fight is really becoming a little bit hairy for both teams.
Oh no, don't go for the knock. Don't go for the knock. They don't go for the knock. They go for the shots and they get the squad. That was Octavian and ATHIS together with the Molly to get rid of Beşiktaş in this final game of the day. Yeah, good to see Eastern Stars get more aggressive.
Regnum, on the other hand, just telling the rest of the teams in the lobby to get good and just stand in the spot where the circle goes to. I mean, that's fair play to him. A fantastic spot for them going forward, and a lot of the other teams have to come to them now, with the crossroads being right in the middle. Going to get a little bit tough for a lot of these guys to get into position, but for Regnum, this is just kind of shooting fish in a barrel as they come towards them. Next Rio, though, take a heavy hit of damage. Kecth goes down now. For Romanian Men looking to put themselves a bit further towards the top of the tables.
4 Romanian Men have easily been the strongest team at defending compounds inside these games so far. They held on against Getso in the previous game. They've held on against Xray, 2 pretty strong Turkish teams, and that says something about their will to survive, their will to succeed across the start of this European Championships. Clear Vision is their next target. Also, they need to enter the center of the circle where Frozen, last player of Xray, is waiting for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sarah does go down there, but I do think that Sarah's done a very, very good job for the majority of 4 Romanian Men so far. Really putting on a masterclass when it comes to a lot of these shots and taking position for the rest of this team to get them into a better spot. Unfortunately, taking the knock there is a little bit rough for them, and then HAMODY comes around with an instant shot. Now, HAMODY is a destructive force in of himself, so realistically, sending him back is going to be difficult. And now for Romanian Men, this is time to restabilize. And with 2 players, it's going to be tough to do.
Especially, they've got to speculate that there could be angles from that kind of northwestern side of the circle. Even though it's across the road, it is a bit more of a high ground, so that's why they're not willing to budge too far away. Stand up tall, Rana gets 1 knock, but it's going to be instantly traded. The final player for Romanian Men, nowhere to be seen just yet. It's Redox left alive, down to half health. ALKING is going to get knocked. Just SAMO left on his own. He's going to dance around the bullets. I believe that was a potential third party. Redox at least going to confirm the eliminations. Can't get the squad wipe, but he does pick up a couple of Clear Vision players along the way.
Yeah, that was very, very smart there from Redox. I mean, he knows he's going down, so the least he can do is pick up the 2 eliminations. The rest of the team worked so hard to pick up there. And 5 eliminations going out in 8th place. Yeah, it's not the best thing in the world, but it's also not the worst. And keeping yourselves up towards the top of the tables is just all about getting as many points you can where you can. 6 teams remain, 17 players still alive, with Getso being one of the big heavy hitters here alongside Regnum, who now finally have to move from their position towards the northeast, obviously heading down towards across the road. So this crossing is going to require some smokes. TJB, on the other hand, 4 players alive, in fact, taking on Surreal.
This is much better from TJB. They have the high ground. They have a little bit of hard cover in front of them as Langzy is holding it on. GK is covering one side, and in the end, it's going to be a Lang X to take down another player. Surreal Esports whittled down to just a solo. Jekyll is on his own. Getso do have the western side of the circle covered. Eastern Stars down to a solo. And I believe that is Regnum Carrion making it across the road into the circle as a full squad. I think TJB might need to turn their attentions towards Regnum Carrion. Unfortunately, it's Getso to get the knock on the GK. Despite it being traded, is still going to put so much more pressure on TJB.
Yeah, but I mean, Surreal fought it firsthand. I don't think I've seen in a long time combat advantage go to the sun there. He had the blinding light of God in his eyes while Langzi shot down towards one of the last players of Surreal and was able to make the best of it. So he kind of had a permanent flashbang on his side. But now, TJB, they're going to have to fight in the shade now, with Lin moving up towards the smoke. Getso, that was very, very dangerous indeed. And I think he realizes the team's over there and GK is done for.
ATHIS goes for the break, doesn't work out. Regnum Carrion pick up a little bit of a free elimination point, and they steal one away from Getso in the form of GK. First, you take that when you get the chance. Getso will at least get information on where Regnum Carrion are in front of them. That little bit of a road is definitely slowing down Getso. However, they have plenty of space inside the circle on the western side.
Regnum now managed to make that crossing. I think it's a difficult crossing to make, and the fact they're able to do it so swiftly and under the cover of a lot of teams watching their way, that's difficult. Frozen tries to make his way out with a buggy, but now clearly spotted from the guys from Getso, so he's not going to be getting into position too easily. Now Regnum, I think that they're learning from that last game on our angle, and they don't want to take it to the guys from Getso too early. They want to clear around them first, and it's Tongjiabao who is the main target to take down before they finally try and dismount Getso from this ridge.
The dust has settled and we're into our final three teams. 4v4v3. Full squad for Regnum. Full squad, well, potentially not a full squad for Getso, and a three-body team for TJB. Regnum have to be careful. They got to thread the needle between covering both teams at the same time. I think they've been able to take advantage of it off the back of only one player who gets us swinging around on the side. And with the nades coming mollying, that's going to be TJB whittled down to 2. This is all control for Regnum Carrion. They may play center, but when they need to get their hands dirty, they get their hands dirty.
Yeah, I mean, this is some good stuff, and we saw this for the first time over towards our angle, or Miramar, I believe it was, where Regnum was controlling Game Lord and another team at the same time there. Loxy tossing some smokes up to try and eliminate the lines of sight of TJB. Regnum's just very careful because they can't really crest this hillside without Getso getting involved. But taking down at least that one player has eliminated the off angle. That's probably the most impactful thing from Regnum so far. Now Lin's popping out, but will immediately get decimated. And now Getso knows it's go time. Here is where it happens. 3v3 Imperium.
This is going to be tough for Getso, though, because even though they have the high ground, the second they overstep that hill ridge, their body's exposed. They cannot allow the revive to come through. No way. Jose, though, they have indeed. Regnum Carrion back up as a full squad. Getso maybe got the chills, and they're certainly not multiplying. They're multiplying for Regnum Carrion as they push on forward. Snuff pros down, looks for the body of Regnum Carrion. Nearly gets a knock on Loxy, takes a hell of a lot of damage onto Loxy, forces him back onto a first aid. The rest of Regnum Carrion looking to at least support his teammate, and they do. The knock on a Spro. That's incredibly valuable, and they need to take this and push this forward. Gets a second. Just one more victim in front of them. Regnum Carrion look to seal their second chicken dinner. Day 1 of the European champions. They find it through. That is a chicken dinner number 2 for Regnum Carrion.
An incredible turn of events there with them taking down Tongjiabao, but Loxy was not on the swivel there whatsoever. His entire role during that fight was to push back Getso as soon as that push came through, and it was so smartly done as well, Imperium, because they knew that as soon as those shots went through and a couple of those players died on the top of that hill there, it would be Getso running immediately. If Loxy wasn't there immediately right away to send those players back, you know, that could have gone horribly wrong for Regnum. But all in all, I think you said it best, it's all control for this team. And when they are in control, it's very hard to wrest it away from them. And I think that is the kind of the mistake that we saw over on Erangel, is that lack of control where they move forward and they no longer had anything really to get their grubby mitts on, to cling on to.
1800 damage, 13 eliminations. Look, I'm all for, you know, sometimes a team can be in the right place in the right time. Sometimes a team can have a bit of circle up. But when it happens so many games, at least across this first day, I look at Regnum Carry as just knowing where they want to be, how they want to proceed, and just having that confidence and information to be where they want to be. Like, for example, TJB, I don't know why GK was where he was. It didn't seem like he was really doing anything. And when he got knocked and thirsted, that whittled TJB down to 3. That inadvertently then made it easier for Regnum Carrier to control TJB.
Yeah, and I mean, for them, it was those 2 moments of those off angles going down for both Regnum as well as Tongjiabao that's just opened up the doors for them. Again, I will 100% say there was definitely some circle up today for Regnum, but you cannot take away from the fact that they were in the middle of 2 teams and were able to hold both of them at bay for such a long time with an expertly usage of that little ditch there and playing alongside that. Incredible stuff.
Day 1 of the European Championships is over. It's been 2 chicken dinners for Regnum, 2 for Surreal, 1 for European team. So we'll kind of take that for the time being. Let's head back to the break and then to the desk.
Well, it seems like Regnum just popped their skull because they sped up this match, closing things out and get themselves a second chicken dinner. Turkey is looking good, having 4 between 2 teams. Actually, only 1 team, if I look at my notes, got a chicken dinner outside of Turkey. Turkey number 1?
It seems like it. I had some hope that Western Europe could pop off, but I mean, especially the thing is, we'll see later on, but I think that the lead has been set by Surreal, and Regnum must be absolutely mental. So yeah, like, Turkey is starting to run away with it in just 1 day. Teams can catch up, but hope is very low right now.
Just imagine being the only team who can't use a skull here. Let's take a look at our match standings, get an idea of how the teams did and how many points they got. I mean, Regnum, give him Zardoom, give him everything, 28 points. They should be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the day. TJB, though, again, criticized him quite heavily throughout the day. Gave him, I think, big criticism around the 4th match, and then back-to-back, some good results.
Yeah, oh boy, what a step up from them in the last 2 games. As you say, the 2nd place in the previous game, now getting themselves another 16 points on the board. This is a fight back. I mean, even though that fight back's probably only going to take them to kind of halfway through the tables, still, this is very important for them to not have the same start, the same couple of games at the beginning that they did now at the end. This is really, really good here to keep them in the running.
I still think there's a world where Getso gets this win actually at the end. I believe if they're just 1, 2, 3 nades, they chuck it in that dip where Regnum was standing the entire time. I think that could have been a Getso win, but the fact of Regnum in that dip between TJB and Getso come out on top and win the game like that, that's super impressive from Regnum. So I did highlight a little bit the inconsistencies in PMPL Turkey, but man, they're playing this good in those type of positions, which are really rough to play. Like, man, Regnum has really impressed me today. I'm super happy to see it.
I guess I'll just keep going. Taking a look down the list here, Penta. Unfortunately, 0 points. Game Lord, I mean, we're seeing TJB rise up. We're seeing Game Lord unfortunately fall just a tad bit here. But overall, I mean, I think I've been just kind of generally happy with how the teams have performed. I don't know about your guys' opinions. I feel like we've seen teams we kind of expected to do well. But obviously, when we get into overall standings, that's where it's really going to count, right? Obviously, the $40,000 going to that first place team. Hopefully, we can move on into the overalls in just a few seconds here to really get an idea of how the teams are standing. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Regnum has over 100 points.
I think so. They've done so well. They have done so well for themselves. They had 76 points going into the final game, so plus 28. You can do your math. 104 points.
I can't do my math. Very good. Think about me,
right.
Kairos. Yeah, okay. Not very inclusive. But yeah, 104 points in one day. What? Okay, I mean, creating himself a lead, 30-point lead above the side of Beşiktaş. Surreal, and Surreal's got 2 wins. The fact that they're a little bit lower was a little bit surprising. I thought they would be higher, but it goes to highlight here, Kalaris, the consistency of Beşiktaş. Man, Peace has been mental from start to finish. This guy is on point, and I mean, he could be a very clear contender for another MVP title here in the championship.
No, definitely. I mean, the thing is that this previous game was their worst game. Everything else throughout the day, they had, if they're not getting themselves number 1, they're almost always getting themselves 7 eliminations every game. That shows great gunplay. That shows excellent consistency, as you're referring to just before. So to get no chicken dinners, but it'd be in second place with that amount of points in this lobby, very impressive by Beşiktaş.
Oh, I'm a little bit scared actually looking at that third place by Surreal. Just looked at the numbers, 21 eliminations for those 51 placement points. Pretty big disparity. That we're hoping Surreal can try and fix it, because out of those 2 chicken dinners, really, there was not really too much of a presence from Surreal. So, man, those eliminations need to pump up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers right now. I don't know, Dan. I like that sentence.
You too.
You do manage to use it at least once every event.
Per show, yeah.
As well as metal to the pedal.
No, you guys made that thing. I did it once,
and
and
what's
then
the other one?
It was a thing. I don't know.
Can't remember. I don't know. I try to block them out. I was looking down the list, though. I mean, Getso with the 1 chicken dinner. 12 elims. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest discrepancies we have besides Surreal here on this front page of eliminations, 2 placements. And again, we talk about that sweet, sweet marriage between the two. I mean, but Getso still have a chicken dinner done. But the thing is, for me, they're not going to be a team that's going to take a first place. Like, they're not going to be a team that's going to get the championship title here, because they need to pick up the elims. They need to be showing more confidence. And obviously, they did have a couple of games, thinking back to the Sandhawk, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't have to move, right? So maybe that's why their elims are a little bit low here. But
I think, to me, forget though, it's not too much of a surprise in terms of kind of what I've seen from them from the Turkish region, how things have gone there. What is a surprise to me though, Jason, is the fact that out of all the Europe West teams, 4 Romanian boys is the one that is currently standing on top of that. I thought to myself that, you know, we expected Game Lord to be kind of pushing up there. They're kind of middle of the table right now. But I didn't peg 4 Romanian boys to be the one leading the charge for EU West. And at the moment, fair play to them. They got that chicken dinner on the board, and may it continue.
And actually, to go on the other side of that point, I was not expecting to see Xray this low. I was really hyped to see Xray again and to be able to cover one of their tournaments. And man, 13th place, 32 points. They're still not so far behind where they can't catch up. Like 32 points, they just need an extra. Whereas that 9, and they're catching up to SGG and 9th. They can put himself back on that first page in like 1 game. So they're not out of the entire question of can they actually be in the top positions of the tournament. They can still make it, but it's definitely not the kickoff I was expecting from Xray. Then you have X Team that, just like their logo, again squished at the bottom.
Oof. Only 5 points.
What about the 30 elims though of S2G and 11 placements? Like, that's a pretty good elimination to placement point ratio. I think for me, again, if we talk about, you know, one team or Getso, for instance, not having a lot of elims, having more placements, I don't expect to see them first place over at the end of the event. But then I look at S2G and I'm like, okay, this could be a team, because I think we've always said this every single event. We all agree. Teams with a lot of elims, those are the teams that are going to be really successful.
Yeah, over the course of a full tournament, as it does continue on, you're expecting, if they've got that gunplay, that gun power, the placements will eventually fall towards them. So let's see if that eventually converts itself here. But again, with the way that the top teams have shaped up in this first day, I don't know if you can catch up with that gunplay plus the already conversion that they've had when it comes to the placement points.
Okay, well, let's actually see how our placements went between us, our predictions.
Oh, no.
I don't think they were good. There was a little bit of confusion on our side. I think technically we should all have 0 points.
Wow.
Is that right? Because I see Max on 2, and I see Claris on 2, and I see me on 1. So I don't know if this has been updated, or I don't know what's going on with this one. But
I'm not
lost.
lost.
The fact is,
I'll take it.
Either way, I'm last.
Yeah.
It's not me.
By a massive margin. Infinite margin, 0-1. You're not close enough, Jason. It's unfortunate.
I thought this was golf. I thought you actually wanted to have the lowest number.
Well, Max would be really good at that normally.
I actually played golf for 2 years, so actually that's probably why. I think everything's golf.
There you go.
Yeah, that explains.
Yeah, but Max, you've also been playing PUBG Mobile how long, and you still could qualify through PMCO?
Okay, so we got video where I play against pros and I actually did not do too bad. Okay, so I hope we'll show that at some point because I want to redeem myself in your eyes, Jason.
We lost.
Oh,
we lost the videos.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have them anymore.
It's corrupted.
What a coincidence. Well, throughout the whole show, we've been asking you guys at home, how are you watching PMPL Europe Championship? And well, luckily, we do have a couple of people who submitted how they're watching. So let's take a look at some of them and see how you guys are enjoying the show. Hopefully with a big monster drink in your hand and maybe some chips. You know, crisps. Sorry, Colors. I'll help you out here. He's watching twice. Look at that.
It's Pepe. It's Pepe in the background.
That's what you noticed straight away, Max.
Yes!
That's what you noticed. Okay.
It's Pepe. I don't know what to tell you. That's what.
Now, my question is there a PC and a laptop, or is a laptop connected to the monitor? But there's two keyboards, so I'm confused. Or does he use that keyboard as his like external keyboard from the laptop?
How are two different moments happening at the same time? That's interesting.
Maybe one's watching the Turkish stream and one's watching the English stream.
Maybe.
I hope we're on the biggest monitor.
If I look quickly on the laptop, it looks Turkish.
Ooh.
So we got the bigger screen. Yeah.
And then on the other one, I see an S. Yes, I'm trying to figure out what that word is.
I think Turkish has S's too. I think they do. I think it's not just like English specific. Yeah.
I don't believe you, Max. I don't believe you. All right, do we have any more actually to see? It'd be great to see what else we have here from you guys and how you're enjoying it. There's probably gonna be a Pepe. Oh, there we go.
Back to
baby,
the dog.
Little pupper.
Maybe the baby is called Pepe. I don't know. I think
probably not.
Ah, okay. That'll be a good idea.
That's my dream right there. Having a pupper to my side. Maybe a little mini me though. I don't know if the world can handle that. There we go. We got another one coming as well over on Instagram. What is it? What? I'm so confused. There's two screens.
Yeah. I think that's a.
Oh, he's one of the people in production.
Yes,
All right. Don't watch the broadcast. Be the broadcast.
Huh.
He could have did so many funny things with our faces and the stupid faces we make when we're not on air. But I respect that he didn't do that. I appreciate it.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. I think too close to the screen. That's not good for you. Be careful. Yeah.
But no Pepe.
No
so
Pepe.
Max is not happy.
No
what else?
points.
Do we have any others, or is this it? Oh, there we go.
It's never going to end.
Bonnie.PUBGM.
Somebody
No
spelled
Pepe
vibes
again.
wrong.
What?
Somebody spelled vibes wrong.
Vibs.
Where do you see that?
Just
Hashtag
vibs.
Vibs. Yeah, Vibs.
Hashtag vibs.
It's all about those
Where are
Vibs,
you
Jason.
looking?
Come on.
Where are you? I don't even know where you're looking. I'm looking. I'm
Are
trying
you
to
for
read all the
real?
comments.
Are you for real? There's no way.
Bro, hold on,
Where are
hold
you
on.
looking?
Don't change this. I gotta look. S2G win. PMPL
Look
champ.
At the image.
No way.
Oh, on the picture.
There's no way.
Well, you said hashtag. I'm like, you don't put hashtags in a picture on them. You put them
Put
in, like,
hashtags on
text.
shirts too. It's possible, Jason. Yeah.
But as I'm looking further, what is on the? So, okay, so they're using a laptop to stream it to a TV. I respect it. I respect. That's what I did for years actually when I was back in Germany.
Mm-hmm. Good times.
I have that same lamp.
Okay.
That's all I had to say.
You have that same lamp.
You
Yes.
do have
You
that
know-
same lamp.
I do.
Are they in your house right now?
I got them. I get it. It's the same lamp.
No, don't.
Look, it's
what
the
are you
same one.
doing? Put down the lamp.
Max just so what Max isn't telling you is that lamp actually weighs about 200 kilos because he unleashed the beast with Monster Energy, our official interesting partner here. PMPL European Championship. I did want to ask Kalaris to unleash
Weird
his
end.
beast, but last time he did that, we had to switch buildings back in Cologne.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's actually very true. That is true.
Can someone out there actually Photoshop Kalaris' face on the Hulk?
Don't need to.
I'm a
play in
social
the
media
movie.
guy.
What are you
I'll
talking
do
about?
that.
You just okay. All right. Well, we've had a great day of games. It's great to see how you guys are watching PMPL. You know, if you want to maybe potentially get a prize if you actually post a picture when our face is on camera. Maybe you want to do weird things to them as well. You can like put like mustaches on us or I don't know on your screen. Just don't ruin your monitor or TV. You know, this isn't really a mustache. It's kind of drawn on actually. I just use like a stamper because it just looks terrible. But anyways,
Where's this
gentlemen,
segment going?
highlights from the day. Go ahead, Max.
I think if you don't say Regnum, there's a big issue, right? 100 points in 6 games in one day alone.
Yeah.
Like, that's just mental. The question is, can they hold on to it? I've seen a lot of inconsistencies in their regional PMPL. So if they can hold on to it, that's a complete change of pace that I'm super happy to see. So we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Okay, Kalaris.
Yeah, I kind of got to echo it. I mean, the thing is that if Surreal didn't take that win on the Erangel towards the end of the day, they could have had another win, which would have been an even bigger lead from all of this. So yeah, very well played by Regnum. Let's see it continue tomorrow.
Okay, gentlemen. Max, because I've been so mean to you, as punishment for losing the prediction game, you get to choose one word I cannot use on broadcast tomorrow.
Oh.
What is it?
I have to say it now.
4, 3, 2,
host.
1.
So now you can't tell me I'm the host anymore.
Oh, wow. Well played. Well played.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow I will not be the presenter. Max will be the presenter, and I will be an analyst. Hope you guys enjoyed the PUBG Mobile Pro League European Championship Spring 2022. But we'll be back tomorrow at the exact same time here for some more action, and we'll see you guys then.